Chapter 1026. Under the night sky, in the alien ball. The torches in the central tent were crackling. Jiang Xiao sat on the main seat while He Yun, the blind lady, Zhang Songfu, little Chongyang, and the rest sat on the chairs on both sides. The army in the military camp was led by the Lu Dongjun. To be honest, if there was a flag outside the tent that said, "Enforcing justice on behalf of heaven," Jiang Xiao was prepared to become sworn brothers with the few people in the tent. Little Chongyang sat uneasily on the chair. Beside her, there was a book spirit that would pop up from the ground from time to time and jump out from behind her, scaring her. The book spirit was enjoying it, but little Chongyang was a little annoyed. She had always wanted to listen to the arrangements and decisions of Jiang Xiao and the others with all her attention. However, this damn little book soul, after receiving Jiang Zhao's praise for its tip-off, it became presumptuous and played happily in the whole army. At the front, Zhang Songfu leaned forward and said, "Their strength is just so. It's been almost 2 years since they entered the alien planet, but they're only at the early stage of the Star Ocean stage. When they were on Earth, they were low-level Star Warrior criminals who had committed capital crimes. I feel that if they hadn't been sent to the alien ball, they might not have been able to reach the galaxy stage in their lifetime." "Yes." Jiang Xiao nodded silently and said, "They're indeed weaker and less talented, but they're still intelligent. They have a good entry point. The Lu Dongjun star beasts are not like the star beasts in the Central Plains, especially the white-faced dancers of Lu Dongjun province. They're softer and kinder, which made them snowball. The idea of building a team is not bad." After understanding the cause and effect, the blind lady also gave a hint of affirmation. They first gathered a group of dancers. Under the situation of coercion and temptation, they were able to form a team of spirit warriors. Then, they came the paper and ink book spirits. Zhang Songfu agreed. "Yes, their snowball is already very big now. They've already swallowed 400 grimace monks. Haha, if they had landed in the Central Plains first, I'm afraid they wouldn't have been able to form a team and would have been drowned in the wave of grimace monks. There's no if in this world." Jiang Xiao was amused too. Not to mention the Central Plains, if they had landed in Yanzhou, Tianjin, or Beijing first, the three of them would have been long gone. The addition of little Chongyang is an important turning point in the army's expansion, Zhang Songfu said as he looked at Chongyang. He could not help but secretly praise him. This girl was only 15 years old, but she was already in the middle stage of the Starry Sea realm and was about to reach the late stage of the Starry Sea realm. This talent was simply explosive to a certain extent. She had a terrifying heavenly halberd star chart, which combined Beijing's melee combat style, Central Plains melee combat style, and Lu Dongmin's melee combat style. With the combination of the star techniques of Savage, Ape Ghoul, Monk, Double Knight Mandarin Duck, and Yin-Yang Soul Warrior, little Chongyang's combat power was rather impressive. Little Chongyang was embarrassed by everyone's stares. She scratched her head and giggled, revealing her 2 canine teeth. The blind lady sighed softly and said, "In the past 2 years, they have developed to this level. Later on, because of Chongyang's participation, they managed to break into this place. These people's standards stop here." "Enough," Jiang Xiao said. "It's already a problem for ordinary people to survive in the alien sphere, but they managed to form an army. Although there are less than 2,000 of them, they're all elites who have been through hundreds of battles. They've lost a lot of their savagery and are very obedient. You should be content." The blind lady shook her head gently and said, "The so-called elites you speak of will be torn apart after going to Yanzhou with us." Upon hearing this, little Chongyang was displeased. She retorted, "Who said that? Any dancer, Uncle Soul Warrior, and the book souls are all so powerful." The blind lady pursed her lips and remained silent. Jiang Xiao had an idea and changed the topic. "Little Chongyang, tell me about your star techniques. Let me see how they match them for you." "Star technique?" Little Chongyang's star chart lit up, causing He Yun's turbid eyes to widen. 28 star slots. Comfortable, this little girl really makes people envious. Look at this star chart. Heavenly halberd. It's specially made for battles. However, to He Yun's slight bewilderment, He Chongyang was in the middle of the starry sea realm. Out of her 28 star slots, 24 could be embedded with star beads and star techniques. However, only 14 of them had been lit up. 10, 4, 4. Little Chongyang counted with his fingers and counted seriously. Uncle and Annie Savage's 3-star techniques, Fang's Claws, Abomination, all gold quality in Alien Ball. Ape Ghoul's 3-star techniques, Rage, Heavy Damage, gold quality, Body of Star Power, platinum quality. There's also Uncle Soul Warrior's 3-star techniques, Soul and In quality, platinum quality, Yang quality. Rainbow Bird's 2-star techniques, Double Night Duck, gold quality, Night High quality, platinum quality. And Greenline Ghost Monk's 2-star techniques, Grass Companion, Transfer, and Thorns, both gold quality. Jiang Shao gripped the armrest of the chair tightly and thought, damn it, I'm not letting the horse eat grass at all. When Jiang Shao controlled Baze to chase after the man escaped using the Blade of Desperation star technique. On the other hand, little Chongyang, whom they relied on and fought for them, did not even have a single star bead or star technique from Yin Zhao. The star warriors on the battlefield did not have any star techniques, but those who hid behind the scenes and were afraid of death absorbed the star techniques of Yin Zhao first. However, there was also a benefit. Little Chongyang had a lot of empty star slots and was extremely malleable. Jiang Shao could also experience the fun of nurturing. There was another particularly interesting problem. Little Chongyang actually didn't even have green glow or endurance when she ran out from Beijiang. This silly child only knows how to run. Jiang Shao turned to look at Yun and said, Oldie, do you think little Chongyang's combat style is that of a desperado? Yes, desperado and shadow, both at the same time. He looked at little Chongyang while speaking. He then looked at Jiang Shao and said, You have to be glad that this group of people gave little Chongyang a star map at will. If they gave her the 8-star techniques of Grimace Monk, that would be a real waste of resources. That makes sense. Jiang Shao nodded thoughtfully. Roar, roar. A loud sound came from outside the tent, and immediately afterwards, a huge horse head popped its head into the tent. Jiang Shao looked at little Chongyang smilingly and said, Hurry up and play with it. We'll accompany you tomorrow morning to absorb it as a star pet, and then set off for home. Little Chongyang was overjoyed and asked, Are we going back to the White Birch Forest? Let's go back to Yigu Pagoda first. Jiang Shao smiled and said, This place is very close to Yigu Pagoda. After we settle these soldiers down, I'll accompany you back to the White Birch Forest. Oh, okay. Little Chongyang nodded obediently and forcibly suppressed his longing for the savage uncles and aunties in the White Birch Forest. Without saying anything else, he turned around and ran out to play with Black Ridge Fireplume. Sensing that little Chongyang had left, Blind Lady asked calmly, Is there any news from Earth? Jiang Shao said, There's news. The number of dimensional spaces and gates of the Holy Ground opening in the Pickle Kingdom on Earth has not decreased. Instead, it has increased, and the frequency has increased. Blind Lady said, Jiang Shao said, Maybe it's because the prisoners who were sent here didn't listen to orders and didn't drive away or kill the star beasts. However, there's something that doesn't make sense. Blind Lady asked, What is it? Jiang Shao said, The place where we are now is dozens of kilometers to the east. It can be said to be quiet and peaceful. There aren't many creatures of other dimensions along the route that this army took. On Earth, the number of dimensional spaces opening in the same area has not decreased. Blind Lady frowned slightly and said, Maybe we can kill an area and see if there are any creatures appearing in that area on Earth. Kill them all. Although the suggestion was bloodthirsty, it was really good. The problem was that they had to choose a good test site. If the star beasts in a certain area were really killed, there would really be no related dimensional spaces and holy ground on Earth. That would mean that the creatures would go extinct. Extinction would mean that the star beads would never appear again. Since the development of the Star Warriors, any star bead resource would be very valuable. Zhang Songfu suddenly said, There's no need to do it in our country. Blind Lady raised her eyebrows slightly and said, Do you mean we should go to other areas to experiment? Yes, Zhang Songfu said matter-of-factly. We can do a good experiment. The location can be the Pickle Peninsula. To what extent should the number of star beasts in the dimensional space be reduced so that the number of dimensional spaces and holy ground on Earth can be reduced to a controllable standard? Do the number of star beasts in the dimensional space need to be completely wiped out so that there won't be any dimensional spaces and holy ground on Earth? Jiang Zhao's expression was a little strange, but he agreed and said, if we can control the number of star beasts on Earth to a certain extent, it would be a great blessing for China. Blind Lady said calmly, we can wipe them out once and for all. Jiang Zhao opened his mouth, but he looked at Zhang Songfu instead. Zhang Songfu organized his words and said, since the development of the Star Warriors world to this day, human society and the Star Beast world are already inseparable. The two worlds are dependent on each other for survival. This situation is very delicate. We don't want to put too many dimensional spaces and holy ground on Earth, but we can't completely not put them in either. If we don't put them in, it means that the Star Beasts and Star Beads will be gone, and everything brought about by the Star Beasts will be cut off. Our country doesn't have any Star Beasts or Star Beads, but other countries still have them. In this case, China will be too passive. Blind Lady remained silent for a while before saying, as you said, maybe we can destroy all the Star Beasts in all the countries except China in this dimensional space. Zhang Songfu had a bitter look on his face as he said, your thinking is still a little extreme. Although I came here in 2011 and have been isolated from the world, based on the inertia of development, the current situation of the countries on Earth shouldn't have changed much. Seeing Zhang Songfu's inquisitive gaze, Jiang Zhao nodded. Zhang Songfu continued, so what we need is balance. There will be a lot of problems. It's no different from inviting trouble to ourselves. Besides, the most important thing is that the strength of our team doesn't seem to be enough to support our ambitions. Blind Lady nodded and said, you're right. Although it didn't sound nice, that was indeed the case. They couldn't even cross the land of Yan and Zhao, let alone the entire world. Zhang Songfu continued to suggest, let's use the Kimchi Peninsula to practice and experiment. At the same time, let little Chongyang integrate into the team as soon as possible. Besides, aren't there a bunch of prisoners on death row over there? Leaving them alive will be a disaster. As he said that, Zhang Songfu suddenly laughed. The people of the peninsula are suffering. Let's help them eliminate the astral beasts on the alien planet first. If the astral beasts on the peninsula on Earth are also gone, it would be a great contribution to us. It would benefit the common people. He unsmacked the armrest of his chair and said, hey, you're really shameless, brat. I like it. Hey, do you know how much we suffered back then? When my father crossed the Duck River, it was in the 1950s, just in time for the opening of the first batch of dimensional spaces on Earth. Star power had just appeared, and our team was in a foreign country. We had to defend against the artillery while guarding Jindalai. Those bastards in the southern peninsula and those foreigners had the right time and place. The first 1 or 2 immortal flowers' dimensional spaces were sent to them, and their star techniques of camouflage were learned and activated. Damn it. Of course, they also knew that the old man's description of the situation at that time might be a little biased, but Yun's anger was definitely real. Jiang Zhao and Zhang Songfu looked at each other and lowered their heads, not daring to say anything. After a long silence in the tent, Jiang Zhao said weakly, let's organize the team first and return to Yegu Pagoda. We need to make a long-term plan and consider everything before making a decision. In fact, Jiang Zhao was more inclined to take action quickly in China. After all, the team was on the alien planet, and they didn't know the actual situation in China at this time. Not to mention other places, the situation in Dajiang province on Earth was already particularly severe. In fact, at this moment, Second Last was giving Jiang Zhao a support mission on Earth. Chapter 10:27. In the headquarters of the Tail Feather Brigade in Dajiang province on Earth, Jiang Zhao stood in Second Last's office and looked at her. He frantically asked, what's the matter? Why is it so urgent? With a sullen expression, Second Last said, A large number of arrow mountain dimensional spaces have appeared at the border between Dajiang Province and the Great Ming Empire. Xia Yin and Han Jiangxue stood behind Jiang Shao. Xia Yin was obviously stunned for a moment and said, "Arrow Mountain? Platinum Arrow Mountain? A dimensional space in Daming Province? It's opened in Dajiang Province?" The Arrow Mountain dimensional space was a very terrifying space. Even if one looked at it from a global perspective, this kind of space was among the most dangerous. The creatures in it were of the gold quality, and the highest were of the platinum quality. Their star techniques were all explosive star techniques. Most people thought that the Arrow Mountain dimensional space belonged to the Great Ming Empire. That was also the reason why Hai Rigu, the contestant of the previous World Cup, and all the students of the Great Ming Empire were so hostile towards the captain of China, Ho Mingming. To Hai Rigu and the others, all of Ho Mingming's star techniques were iconic star techniques of the Great Ming Empire. However, the problem was the land of Huaxia was vast, and there were some Arrow Mountain dimensional spaces in Huaxia's Great Ming Province. Even if a small number of Arrow Mountain dimensional spaces were opened on the border between the two countries, it was still China's territory. There was no use trying to deny it. Second Last nodded and said, "Yes, a large number of them." Second Last then stood up and walked to the window. She then stood with her hands behind her back and looked at the night sky outside the window. The second team of Enjia is the closest to that side, and they've already gone up to provide support. The three teams in the team are Team Withered, Captain Ho Mingming, Team Wenlong, Captain Zhao Wenlong, and Team Ronin, Captain Wang Lang. Ho Mingming's style is more radical, and Wang Lang is also unconstrained. I'm worried about them. Besides, the dimensional spaces are now opening in large numbers. You guys should go up and provide support. Jiang Shao nodded and said, "No problem. Let's go now." Okay, this mission is different from the past. You guys have to put on your military uniform and hold on to your identification documents. There will be many reinforcements there. Second Last then glanced at Jiang Shao. Everyone knew that Jiang Zhao's face was basically universal, but it was, after all, a military mission that was extremely serious. Hence, it was normal for Second Last to make such a request. In fact, Second Last shouldn't have made such a request. All decent soldiers would have to dress neatly when they went out to carry out missions, unless it was a special mission that required them to wear casual clothes. Second Last deliberately brought it up because Jiang Zhao's team was too special. Moreover, due to the existence of the sea-devouring soul, she was worried that there would be a misunderstanding. It was 9 o'clock at night. It was normal for the winter in Dajiang Province to be dark. It was so dark, and there were so many military branches, and they were all carrying out urgent missions. The less trouble, the better. What they really needed to pay attention to was that they were working on the national border. If there was any misunderstanding, it could really blow things up. Second Last said, "As the Wasteland Reclaimers, you guys have carried out missions on the peninsula before. You know the rules. Go ahead." "Yes." The three of them nodded, and Jiang Shao immediately opened the door of the Calamity Shadow world. The three of them then went home to change their clothes. Under such circumstances, Jiang Shao couldn't be bothered to let his star pets play. He put them into the star map one by one and hesitated for a while. In the end, he decided not to disturb Gushi and I Ching Chun. Their main goal now was to rush to the Star Sea. They had to rush without any distractions. The faster, the better. When Jiang Shao came out again, he was alone. He could teleport around the world. Although he had not opened the map of the Dajiang province, he could still arrive at the scene after a few flashes. Second Last sat on the windowsill and crossed her arms in front of her. "You've worked hard. You probably won't have time to rest tonight. It's okay." Jiang Shao smiled and shook his head. Second Last was actually the one who had it the most difficult. Ever since she became the supreme commander of the Tail Feather Brigade in Dajiang Province, she spent most of her time in the headquarters. She had to manage her own light-chasing team. Even if Second Last wasn't the direct leader of the Guardians of the Night in Dajiang Province, there was too much information about the Guardians of the Night in Dajiang Province. In fact, some of their movements had to be approved by her. There were too many things that involved her energy, such as the changes in the garrisons, the distribution of forces, the range of patrols, and the number of people in the team. She had to manage more than a simple tail feather brigade. She had to manage the entire Guardians of the Night in Dajang province. In fact, even her training time was squeezed out. Jiang Shao couldn't empathize with her feelings as he watched her brothers go to the battlefield. The good news was that second last, who was at the peak of the Star Sea stage, had already reached the threshold of the Starry Sky stage. The bad news was that it would be difficult to guarantee her daily training under such a high-intensity situation. Jiang Shao didn't know how long it would take for her to break through to the Starry Sky stage. Second last said in a hoarse voice, "Come back safely." "Okay." Jiang Shao nodded and disappeared in a flash. Jiang Shao, who was wearing the sea-engulfing robe, looked a little strange. The large cloak was large enough to cover his entire body, but Jiang Shao requested for the sea-engulfing robe to show his right arm. He also flashed his armband with the word Knight on it. While flashing, Jiang Shao touched the Guardians of the Night officer's ID in his chest pocket and finally felt relieved. He flashed all the way to the northeast and deliberately controlled the distance between them. When he flashed for the third time, Jiang Shao, who was standing in the sky, saw the dark town in the distance. That was not the most important thing. The key was that Jiang Shao could vaguely hear the sounds of bombardment. Jiang Zhao's eyes turned red, and he immediately summoned his star technique, Rain of Tears. At the same time, he hurriedly opened the door of the Scourge ruins, after which Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin, who were waiting at the door, immediately flew out. The three cloaked figures stood in the dark night sky. Jiang Shao placed one hand on each of their shoulders, and his figure flickered instantly. Whoosh, standing on a low building in the town, Xia Yan's gaze froze, and she hurriedly took a step forward. She immediately stood in front of Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue while holding her sword of desperation in front of her. Xia Yan arched her slender figure slightly and used her sword as a shield, but she was repelled by a series of black feathered arrows by more than 3 meters. The three of them retreated continuously and also heard the sounds of the black feathered arrows shattering into mist. Bang! 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 The black feathered arrows shattered one after another. They were all very familiar with that star technique because it was Hong Mingming's signature move. 7 stars alignment, rapid shooting, additional tracking, slight explosion, interference, and other effects. This was a godly archery skill on Earth. Xia Yan's eyes were extremely sharp and bloodshot. She had already seen the commoner whose chest was penetrated by a white feathered arrow, even without the guidance of the field tears. Without saying a word, Jiang Shao threw Bell at the commoner girl. At the same time, Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. What's going on? In the perception of the field tears, it was an empty city. Without a doubt, the civilians there had long been evacuated safely under the leadership of the military. The town might have even been abandoned for a long time. At this moment, the streets and alleys were filled with creatures of the Arrow Mountain clan. Why did a human suddenly appear? Die! Xia Yin yelled, accompanied by a platinum-colored sword of desperation. In Xia Yan's path, she directly smashed 3 white feather arrows, and the flames that were formed by the white feather arrows were instantly drowned by the platinum luster of the sword of desperation. The broad and sharp sword immediately pierced through a humanoid creature. Although it was humanoid, it was a strange creature. It had 2 faces and 4 arms. This guy doesn't have a head. It doesn't have a back either. In other words, this creature doesn't seem to have a front or back, only a side. There were many species of humanoid creatures, and they were also divided into many grades. The faces of the savages were undoubtedly the closest to humans that Jiang Shao had ever seen. If the barbarian tribe was ranked first, then the Arrow Mountain tribe would be ranked second. Regardless of how strange the body structure of the Arrow Mountain clan was, their faces were all human. Besides, they were extremely good-looking for human society. They were naked, had strong bodies, and looked rough, bold, and heroic. The only thing that people could distinguish between heads and tails was their legs. Under the shorts and short skirt made of leaves and grass were two normal human thighs. Through the knees and the bending of the legs when they ran, one could tell which was the face that dominated the body. These creatures had a back view and were also equipped with a normal face and hands. Hence, it would be difficult to sneak an attack on them. However, it was also this special body structure that made their actions very strange. One head had two faces. If one was lowering its head, the other would be looking up at the sky. It was unknown how this creature carried out internal coordination, but in short, their upper bodies were always in a straight state under any circumstances. The Arrow Mountain clan rarely bent down, and even in battle, they were unwilling to tilt their bodies back and forth. They would only tilt left and right and dodge. Have you found it? Jiang Shao, why can't I find the space gate? Xia Yin yelled while her eyes were red. Through the tear field, she only saw a messy town. However, she couldn't sense the existence of the space gate. Xia Yin retreated continuously and blocked with her sword of desperation while a series of black and white arrows bombarded her. Xia Yin was shocked and suddenly moved a few meters away from the other side in a flash. However, she saw a huge icy blue arrow shooting towards the place where Xia Yin had just stood. It then plunged into the house on the right side of the street. Rumble. The house was blasted to the ground. Arrow Mountain Gold Quality Ice Feather. Ice Feather was a rare gold quality creature in the Arrow Mountain dimensional space. However, its gold quality blue feather arrow was extremely powerful. Underground. Northeast of the town, watch me flash. Jiang Shao yelled loudly. Under the drizzling rain, Jiang Shao grabbed Han Jiangxue, who was beside him, and the two of them immediately flashed. Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue stood on the roof of a low building and stepped on the edge of the building. Jiang Shao yelled, "There are no civilians." Huff! Han Jiangxue immediately understood what Jiang Shao meant. She initially wanted to activate the dark blue scepter, but she cast a platinum ice roar at the soil that had been flipped over. The soil that had already been flipped over was immediately torn apart by the rapidly spinning ice vortex, and a large number of Arrow Mountain clan members were smashed into pieces. This clan was typically strong in offense and weak in defense. Their output star techniques were incredible. However, their bodies were as fragile as the blank star warriors of the galaxy stage. Han Jiangxue was condescending and the output environment was excellent. However, at such a height, she naturally became the target of the Arrow Mountain clan. Jiang Shao couldn't care less and immediately activated Star Tear Field. In an instant, a water ball with a diameter of 8 meters enveloped the two of them. With the help of the sea-devouring soul, Han Jiangxue breathed freely in the water and frantically through the ice roared downwards. Jiang Shao continuously condensed the water ball and compressed the water droplets, trying his best to turn the outer layer of the water ball into a water shield. At the same time, Xia Yin, who was in the tear field, flickered over in the direction of Jiang Zhao's position and saw the tragic scene below. Jiang Shao yelled, "Get away from here and go indoors. Hide well and use the tear field to determine the location and directly activate the Star Warrior. Aim at this position." Xia Yan's body flickered, and she directly entered a residential house 3 blocks away. At the next moment, she raised her hand high, and at the next moment, a giant sword quietly appeared in the sky. Xia Yin spun around abruptly and grabbed the wrist of the person behind her with all her might. The man shrieked, and the kitchen knife in his hand fell to the ground. Xia Yin immediately reacted and loosened her grip. However, her body's reaction was too fast, and it was definitely a subconscious action. She grabbed the man's arm behind his back and pushed him forward forcefully. Dong! The man was pressed against the wall, and he yelled, "Let go of me, let go of me." His voice was a little old. Xia Yin was stunned, and she thought, "Is this an old man? A commoner?" Xia Yin hurriedly let go of the old man and stomped her feet anxiously. "Why aren't you leaving? Why aren't you retreating with the army?" The old man yelled, "I won't leave my home. Get out of my house." The old man staggered and tried to endure the pain while bending over to pick up the kitchen knife on the ground. Xia Yin almost exploded at the sight of such a scene. Chapter 1028. Xia Yin dodged it easily and hollered angrily. I'm here to save you. Get lost. Get out of my house. The old man ignored Xia Yin at all. Although the kitchen knife in his hand was sharp, his speed and strength were too great. Xia Yin, who had already been kicked out of the army, would definitely kick her if she were in high school. Xia Yin stopped talking and flashed back to Jiang Zhao's side. What's going on? Jiang Zhao was stunned. Although Xia Yin liked to play around, she was definitely serious when it came to missions. She definitely wouldn't disobey her orders. Xia Yin said, No, I don't dare to activate the Star Awakening martial arts. If I swing my sword, these streets will all be shattered. In the urgent situation, Jiang Zhao's voice became stern. So be it. What are you afraid of? Xia Yin stomped her feet anxiously and said, There are more humans hiding in the buildings than we thought. I found a random house, and there's actually someone there. Jiang Zhao was dumbfounded. Han Jiangxue suddenly said, Use the humming whale to find someone. Jiang Zhao waved his hand abruptly, and a behemoth appeared in the rainy night. It was connected to Jiang Zhao mentally, and thus knew its mission long ago. The sound of a whale's roar echoed in the rainy night. At the next moment, countless black, white, green, blue, and illusory arrows darted into the sky. Although the humming whale was a diamond-quality creature, it couldn't withstand the concentrated attacks of so many platinum-quality creatures. The humming whale would have no problem dealing with a top-notch cage dragon, but it had to be a 1v1. Of course, the humming whale would be fine even if it had more than 1v, but the situation at this moment, the humming whale was massive, which made it a huge target. Jiang Zhao's heart ached when he saw the arrows shooting towards the humming whale. If it were to be shot by the Arrow Mountain clan, how painful would it be? Due to their biological characteristics, the Arrow Mountain clan always stood upright. But when such a target appeared in the sky, the Arrow Mountain clan naturally wouldn't be stingy with raising their heads, drawing their bows, and the face on the other side would also willingly accept this aggrieved moment of bowing one's head. Jiang Zhao hurriedly flashed and teleported away with the humming whale before he could even put it back into his body. But very soon, hundreds and thousands of arrows were shot over from all corners of the city. They covered the sky and covered the earth as they rained down into the sky. In such an environment, the humming whale would not be able to survive. Perhaps if the humming whale unleashed a tidal wave, it would be able to extinguish the arrows that filled the sky. But the price would be that the city would also suffer from a flood. It didn't matter if an empty city was destroyed. It was definitely worth it to bury the Arrow Mountain tribe with them. However, the problem was that the information that Xia Yin had just brought back told him that there were still civilians who had yet to evacuate. The humming whale, which had been connected to Jiang Zhao mentally, understood very well why Xia Yin did not summon the star martial art. It was because they were worried that they would accidentally hurt the civilians. Hence, the humming whale restrained itself and did not cause a tidal wave. However, at the next moment, the humming whale was taken into Jiang Zhao's star map. All he needed was a single whale cry, and that would be enough. During the spiritual connection, an icy blue virtual line appeared in Jiang Zhao's mind, and all the creatures hiding in the buildings, including the civilians hiding in the city, were imprinted in his mind. Jiang Zhao quickly flashed back to his original spot and took Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin with him to escape the dense rain of arrows. Star martial art. Just do it, Jiang Zhao exclaimed. Field tears, find a good target, and be precise. Don't worry, I'll take care of the rest. Xia Yin had a fiery temper, and as soon as she heard Jiang Zhao say, Don't worry, I'll take care of the rest, without hesitation, Xia Yin stretched her hand towards the sky. The illusory giant sword in the sky had returned again. Not only did it return, but it also immediately turned into a physical one and pierced downwards. Rumble, the 68-meter-wide heavy giant sword pierced downwards inch by inch, causing countless gravel and land to fly, and shattering houses one after another. It was decisive, resolute, and extremely powerful. It pierced into the ground inch by inch, shattering everything in the surroundings and crushing countless Arrow Mountain tribe members. The majesty of the star martial arts seemed to be inviolable, as if it was going to destroy the entire city. As soon as Jiang Shao gave the order to Xia Yan, he had already flashed away. One after another, humans were grabbed by the ghostly figure that appeared quietly in front of them and teleported away. "Stop!" Someone yelled through the walkie-talkie, and the speeding military vehicle braked abruptly. In front of the soldier who was driving, a man grabbed two people in each hand and flashed to the front of the vehicle. As soon as the soldier got out of the vehicle, there were two more civilians in front of him. In just 3 seconds, the number of civilians had increased to 6. Jiang Zhao's figure flashed rapidly and appeared in the house that Xia Yan had previously appeared in. Jiang Shao froze for a moment, because the old man had clearly moved. Otherwise, according to the humming whale's previous scan image, Jiang Zhao's figure should have appeared directly beside the old man. "Get out of my house." When the old man heard the footsteps approaching him, he held a kitchen knife in one hand and slashed at the approaching person. Ah, crack! The kitchen knife fell to the ground, accompanied by a beam of light, and an old and strange moan sounded in the house. Jiang Shao grabbed the old man's neck and flashed his body again. "I'm going to get out of your house with you today." When he appeared again, Jiang Shao pushed the old man to the soldiers and flashed his night guard officer ID. "Light chasing, tail, feather brigade, 9 tails." "Sir." The soldiers hurriedly saluted. Jiang Shao waved his hand and said, "Settle these civilians down and inform the other teams to quickly come and provide support. Seal the perimeter of the city and don't enter the city for the time being. My team will destroy the dimensional space in the city. After it is destroyed, my team will directly destroy the entire city. Remember, don't enter the city. Guard the perimeter." "Yes, yes." After the soldiers' sonorous and forceful voices, a few civilians said gratefully, "Thank you, Xiaopi." "Thank you." Jiang Shao looked at the civilians in front of him. Most of them were elderly, and at this moment, they looked horrified and seemed to be traumatized. The few grateful voices belonged to a middle-aged man and a woman. Clearly, they recognized Jiang Zhao's appearance. They probably stayed behind on their own accord to take care of the elderly who were unwilling to leave. Jiang Shao opened his mouth and hesitated for a moment before saying to them, "Go with them. Everywhere in China is your home." Jiang Shao then flashed and left. However, he already knew everything in the tier field. It's the holy ground, not the space gate. The opening location is too deep. It's all thanks to Xia Yan's sword. Sensing that Jiang Shao had returned, Han Jiangxue hurriedly spoke while carrying the unconscious Xia Yan in her arms. "Okay." Jiang Shao directly opened the gate of the Scourge ruins, and Jiang Shou, who held back, also took Xia Yan back. Xia Yan went back, but Marta walked out in a military uniform and a circle mask. Hence, melee combat was a consumable. As soon as Marta appeared, she waved her hand. "Woo!" An ancient and melodious voice sounded in the town, and a specter ship sailed out and dashed into the dilapidated town in an imposing manner. In the rainy night, Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue flashed and arrived at the edge of the town. The huge figure of the humming whale appeared again. Jiang Zhao's eyes turned red, and he said, "This time, you can perform to your heart's content." Buzz! The ethereal voice once again drifted in the rainy night. However, this time, the drizzle had already turned into a downpour because of Jiang Zhao's deliberate activation of star power. In the rainstorm environment where water elements were extremely rich, the humming whale floated in the night sky and slowly raised its body. Next, countless water droplets condensed into monstrous waves that rose from the ground like a tsunami. They were more than 20 meters high and then rumbled forward. Wherever the monstrous waves passed, everything was in a mess. The houses were smashed by the water and stirred up by the ubiquitous undercurrent vortexes. Groups of people from the Arrow Mountain clan were engulfed by the waves. The water of star power of the tidal star technique caused great damage to the Arrow Mountain clan. But as the tsunami formed, the broken building materials, stones, wood, and various other construction items were the real culprits that caused the deaths and injuries. Many tenacious Arrow Mountain clan members were overturned by the tides and swallowed by the seawater. However, they were still struggling to survive. However, their heads were severely injured by the gravel, their bodies were pierced by broken wood, and their bodies were completely crushed by the various building materials of the town, along with the huge waves and whirlpools. Han Jiangxue, who was wearing a cloak, stood quietly in the rainy night beside Jiang Shao. Seeing such a natural disaster, she couldn't help but reach out and hold Jiang Zhao's arm. Xia Yan's star transformation martial arts seemed to be able to destroy the entire town, but it only destroyed a few streets. However, the humming whale star technique. However, he did not rely purely on his star techniques to cause damage. Instead, he made use of the environment to create a natural disaster. Is such a creature really supposed to appear in this world? She also had a star dragon that was of diamond quality. Besides, its star techniques, such as star shower and star shift, were also of diamond quality. However, it was impossible to achieve such a level of destruction by summoning star shower alone. Perhaps such an effect could only be produced by using star techniques to cause landslides and avalanches. However, Jiang Zhao's star technique, Rain of Tears, was extremely compatible with the humming whale star technique. It was equivalent to Jiang Shao creating an output environment for the humming whale. Even if they were not at the seaside but inland, they would still be able to create such an effect together. Jiang Shao turned his head and looked at the silent Han Jiangxue, seemingly able to sense her emotions. It was Jiang Zhao's first time seeing such a scene, and he was equally shocked. The difference was that he had been with the humming whale for a longer period of time and knew the kindness and warmth of the lonely whale. Jiang Shao comforted her. This is an empty city with only countless Arrow Mountain clan members. However, he misunderstood and thought, why would Han Jiangxue need comfort? Han Jiangxue nodded gently and said, maybe in the future, there will be such a day on Earth. No matter what, it's good that the two of us are together. Jiang Shao reached out and gently patted the back of Han Jiangxue's hand. Okay, it's New Year's Eve today, so I'll update it in advance. Everyone, please enjoy the party and have a New Year's Eve dinner. Chapter 1029. The little toxic healer had broken through 1,000 chapters, and the plot had entered the next stage. He had reunited with little Chongyang. Everything was as the book said. It's okay if life is a little bitter, I'm sweet. That was not only the little toxic healer's soliloquy, but also his blessing to everyone. He hoped that everyone would be able to face all kinds of hardships with a smile in their future lives. Everyone, please take care of your health, wash your hands frequently, and ventilate your face often. Please choose the medical or N95 mask. Emphasis mine. Try not to go to crowded places. Everything will pass. He hoped that everyone would always maintain a positive and sunny attitude. When everything was over, he would smile and say, "It's okay. I'm sweet." He had applied for leave during the Spring Festival last year, but he would not apply for leave this year. The Educational Association would ensure that there would be regular updates every day. No matter where you were, whether you were alone or with your family, I hope the little toxic healer would be able to spend the Spring Festival with you. Perhaps this was the real meaning of the little toxic healer's existence. I wish you a happy and safe life. 9-star Toxic Healer's New Year, 1,000 chapters. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 1030. In the alien ball, Baze had already gone into a state of AFK. On Earth, Jiang Shou was controlling Martha in the Calamity World to quickly collect the star beads in the town. Martha was not fast enough, so she had to summon the embodiment of shattered water to collect the star beads together. Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue had already continued to flash in the northeast direction and were rapidly approaching the border between Dajiang Province and the Great Ming Empire. Amidst the roars of artillery fire, Jiang Shao followed the sound, only to discover an ordinary Chinese army. They were well equipped, and the rumbling sounds came from the rocket launcher. Jiang Shao stopped in his tracks and frowned. In the dark night, the dazzling rays of light and the rumbling sounds made Jiang Shao feel like he was dragged into the battlefield of modern society. Han Jiangxue was wearing a cloak and was also floating in the air. She said, "Seems like the situation is a little out of control." Amidst the loud roars, Jiang Shao yelled, "It's also possible that the holy ground is too large and can be destroyed with such conventional weapons. If it's a dimensional space, the Star Warriors will definitely have to go in to find the holy ground and destroy the dimensional space." As he spoke, the two of them saw a blur, and 4 soldiers dressed in military green camouflage appeared at the feet of Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue. They were all vigilant and looking up at the two of them. It was an extremely serious time now. Jiang Shao immediately flashed his military officer identification and said, "Light Chasing Tail, Feather Brigade. Report the situation quickly." Without a doubt, the 4 soldiers were definitely Star Warriors. Judging from their clothes, they should be from the Mountain Shattering Army. One of the soldiers yelled, "The border within 200 kilometers has been completely covered by our artillery fire. Go to the east and provide support, northeasternmost. The border between Dajiang Province, Longan Province, and the Great Ming Empire. Go there to provide support. There are more dimensional space gates there. There are very few gates here, and most of them are holy ground. You can destroy them directly." While listening to the intelligence, Jiang Shao subconsciously raised his head and heard the roar of a plane in the night sky. "Take care," Jiang Shao yelled while pressing his hand on Han Jiangxue's shoulder. Their figures flickered rapidly. The frequent opening of the Arrow Mountain's dimensional space was even more of a threat than the Snow Mountain domain. In the Snow Mountain region, only by Shan Shui was extremely destructive, but this Arrow Mountain, only the Poison Feather Arrow Spirit and the Ice Feather Arrow Spirit were of the gold rank. The remaining Black Feather Arrow Spirit, White Feather Arrow Spirit, and Assault Arrow Spirit were all of the platinum rank. All of the creatures on Arrow Mountain, without exception, were strong in offense but weak in defense. They were extremely lethal. The Huaxia army had reacted quickly enough. To be honest, the Great Ming Empire should be the most worried. The Arrow Mountain clan wasn't stupid. The holy ground was destroyed, but they were left in this world. If the south was a dead end, who wouldn't run north? If you run north, you will reach the territory of the Great Ming Empire. Jiang Shao brought Han Jiangxue back to the battlefield that he was familiar with after a few flashes. There were very few armaments of ordinary human society, but there was a group of humanoid weapons, Star Warriors. Standing on the mountain, Han Jiangxue's eyes narrowed, as if she had returned to the time when she was at the border of Jindalai. There were countless immortal flowers and dimensional spaces, which seemed to have outlined the border. Here, the situation was just as bad. The Mountain Shattering Army, the Wasteland Reclaimers, the Guardians of the Night, the Guardians of the Night. All sorts of armies were gathered there, covering the mountains and wilderness, forming a long line of defense. Unlike other places, there were more dimensional spaces here. If they used long-range attacks, they would be treating the symptoms but not the root cause. Even if they blew up the entire mountain, the Arrow Mountain clan would always be able to escape from the dimensional space. They had to go deep into the tiger's den and destroy the holy ground in order to cure the current situation. Staring at the battle line that was covered in black, Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue flashed over and arrived at the camp of the Guardians of the Night. Jiang Shao hollered, "Which one hasn't gone in yet? What are you asking for? There's a row of space doors, go straight in." Someone yelled furiously from afar, "If there's any vibration, retreat. If there's no vibration, go in and find the holy ground." Jiang Shao froze for a moment. It had been a long time since he had been reprimanded like this. He turned around and saw a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was obviously a person who was holding the fort and looked like a leader, not a vanguard who was going to attack the city. All sorts of illumination star techniques were used to drive the night away. Jiang Shao looked over in astonishment, while the man also looked over while cursing. All of a sudden, the middle-aged officer froze in shock. "Damn it, God Pi!" Jiang Shao didn't know him, but the other party knew him. Putting aside the fact that Jiang Zhao's face was universal, the Guardians of the Night of the Dajiang province would definitely know him because he was the second in command of the Feather Brigade. The man was taken aback and his face stiffened. Before he could say anything, Jiang Xiao dragged Han Jiangxue and dashed into a dimensional space of the Arrow Mountain Clan. The Arrow Mountain Clan leaped down from the sky and was sent flying by Han Jiangxue's flame torch whip, after which the two of them plunged in. Of course, Jiang Xiao wouldn't say anything. As for the healing, that would be a matter for the future. As soon as Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue entered, four figures dashed out of the dimensional space below. The Guardians of the Night, who were guarding the front line, all cast admiring gazes at them. Ho Mingming took the lead with her long ponytail fluttering in the wind. She was dressed in military attire and exuded a murderous aura. She looked left and right, and without saying a word, she led her three teammates and directly rushed into a dimensional space gate beside her. Not far away, the middle-aged officer who was guarding the front line pursed his lips, but he didn't say anything in the end. Let's leave it at that. We'll talk about it later. Han Jiangxue and Jiang Xiao barged into a mountain that was surrounded by mountains and trees. The sky was slightly dim. The terrain there was no different from the terrain of China in reality. Besides, it seemed to be in the evening, which was disadvantageous for the search for the holy ground. Jiang Xiao immediately activated his field tier and quickly sensed the distribution of the Arrow Mountain Clan in the mountains. At the side, Han Jiangxue said softly, "We shouldn't have let Xia Yin activate her star transformation martial arts too early." While closing his eyes to sense, Jiang Xiao said, "The opening point of the dimensional space is buried deep underground. Of course, it's better to find it as soon as possible. Don't feel regretful. Besides, this won't be a quick battle. After this night, she'll recover her energy and stamina. It's your turn. Go to sleep and get ready for a long battle." As he spoke, Jiang Xiao grabbed Han Jiangxue's arm and the two of them flickered. The halo of nostalgia also appeared on Jiang Zhao's calf, which quickly restored his star power. "I found a team of soldiers. Record the location of the dimensional space door. When we go out later, we'll bring them out," Jiang Xiao said casually in the drizzling rain before flashing again. As soon as the two of them appeared, Han Jiangxue tried her best to observe the surroundings, only to feel that Jiang Zhao's body stiffened slightly. "What's the matter?" Han Jiangxue had been hugging Jiang Zhao's arm, and she could clearly feel the tremor in his body. "What's the matter?" "The internal star map is back. He didn't come back earlier or later. Why did he come back at this time? Forget it. Let's look for the holy ground first." As he spoke, he heard a series of air-piercing sounds and a string of pitch-black, black-feathered arrows darted towards him rapidly in the dim night sky. If it weren't for the fact that Jiang Xiao had activated the tier of domain, he would probably have to wait until the attack was right in front of him before dodging. Jiang Xiao, who was bent on finding the holy ground, discovered through the tier of domain that the Guardians of the Night had been attacked. In his perception, the black-feathered arrows that filled the sky were like butterflies that had their own tracking effects. They were bombarding the melee fighters who were dodging and dodging. What was more terrifying was that the blue-feathered arrow spirit had also fired its huge blue-feathered arrow. The huge arrow was at least 10 meters long and was huge, thick, and had a strong star power fluctuation. The blue tail feathers at the end of the arrow emitted an ice-blue luster and a chilling aura. Of course, Jiang Zhao's sound of silence couldn't be thrown that far. Apart from teleportation, his other star techniques. Wait, Tears of Sorrow could. Jiang Xiao immediately activated Tears of Sorrow. Help from a distance. Jiang Xiao continued to bring Han Jiangxue to a place where there were many members of the Arrow Mountain Clan. "I don't have time to argue with you face to face. I'll leave these Tears of Sorrow to you for a while. If it's not enough, we'll talk about it later." Jiang Xiao was extremely meticulous and took good care of the Guardians of the Night. He deliberately didn't shed tears of sorrow in the area where the four of them were. However, the team of four suddenly discovered that there was a problem with the Arrow Mountain Clan's sneak attack team. the black feathered arrow spirit actually went crazy. It attacked indiscriminately and shot wildly. The black feathered arrows that were supposed to have a tracking effect were also shooting everywhere and flying randomly. In the end, they even hit the black feathered arrow spirit. The blue feathered arrow spirit and the arrow spirit actually knelt on the ground and cried. The four members of the Guardians of the Night couldn't help but shiver. Is it haunted? Whose child is crying like that? Two faces and two mouths, one in front and one at the back, were crying miserably, and their four arms were constantly wiping away their tears. The way they knelt was also rather peculiar. Due to the fact that they were strange creatures with two faces, their special body structure brought about special biological characteristics. After all, when one of their faces was lowered, the other would definitely be looking up at the sky. That was why they always had their back straight. But now, the problem was that the blue feather arrow spirit seemed to want to bend over, cover its face, and cry bitterly under its extremely low mood. The blue feathered arrow spirit wanted to do that, while the blue feathered arrow spirit at the back also wanted to bend over, cover its face, and cry. The blue feathered arrow spirit seemed to have transformed into rock music, bending over here and there, kneeling on the ground and swaying back and forth. It was swaying and crying at the same time. Well, this swaying and crying doesn't even require coins. It comes with its own background music, and swaying automatically. Jiang Shao didn't want to laugh out loud during such a serious mission, but Jiang Shao really couldn't help but rub his face hard and try to hold back his laughter. He quickly focused his attention and searched for the possible locations of the holy ground. Due to the fact that he had activated the field tier, Jiang Shao had been crying all the while. Hence, he suddenly looked like he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At the side, Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Shao with a reproachful expression. She had no idea what was going on or what Jiang Shao was thinking about. That was Han Jiangxue. If it were second last, she would have slapped Jiang Shao if he dared to behave like that at such a time. It's the first day of the Lunar New Year, and he's writing at his father-in-law's house. Please vote for the little toxic healer. Chapter 1031. Over there. Little Jiangxue over there. Sweep it up. Jiang Shao grabbed Han Jiangxue with one hand, and the two of them appeared on a tall mountain. Jiang Shao pointed at the foot of the mountain where the Arrow Mountain clan was spewing out like a fountain. Without hesitation, Han Jiangxue cast several ice roars at him. She had a sullen expression on her face because she had encountered such a scene in the previous town. In that abandoned town, the holy ground was buried deep underground. If Xia Yin hadn't destroyed it with her sword, it would have taken a long time for the holy ground to be destroyed. Jiang Shao also realized that something was amiss, but he dared not summon the humming whale. After all, the humming whale was too large, and there were Arrow Mountain clan members scurrying around the holy ground. Once a foreign creature like the humming whale appeared, it would be easily targeted. By then, Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue would be exposed too. However, Jiang Shao had no choice but to panic. His output star techniques were all long-lasting and weakening. He didn't have any explosive star techniques. He could switch star maps and summon a fancy blade from the sky, but he would probably have to sleep for an entire day. That would have a huge impact on the efficiency of the subsequent missions. The sound of a dragon roaring came from Jiang Zhao's side. Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up, and he almost forgot about it. At this moment, the star dragon was only 5 or 6 meters long and wasn't as large as the humming whale. As long as it coiled up, it wouldn't be particularly eye-catching. Immediately afterwards, a star dragon with the skin of the starry sky appeared in front of Jiang Shao and wrapped itself around Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue's bodies while floating slowly in the rain. Summon Star Shower. Aim at where I'm attacking. Han Jiangxue's voice was cold. After giving the order, the star dragon raised its head slightly, and a bright star penetrated the dense clouds before descending. 1, 2, 3. The huge star penetrated the vortex of ice roar and smashed vertically on the ground, creating a huge hole. The overflowing star power, along with the soil and broken limbs, created a gory scene. TSK, TSK, the impact of the star was even more powerful than that of an excavator. Jiang Shao pursed his lips and suddenly felt his body tense up. This damned star dragon actually rolled up Jiang Zhao's body while fighting. Not only did it curl up, but it was also getting tighter. Still holding a grudge? We won't be able to live harmoniously in this lifetime, will we? Jiang Shao could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. He felt like he was being wrapped around by a prehistoric python. Even breathing was a little difficult. Easy, easy. Han Jiangxue stretched her hand downwards, and the ice at the foot of the mountain roared, sending broken limbs and pieces of flesh flying everywhere. The cries and wails of the Arrow Mountain tribe could be heard everywhere. Han Jiangxue turned a deaf ear to all of this, and the platinum ice roar in her hand did not slow down at all. She swept and dug frantically into the ground like a cruel demoness. She turned her head and looked to her side. She said expressionlessly, "Baby, don't be naughty." The scene was a little strange. Under such circumstances, Han Jiangxue actually said the word baby. Jiang Shao was extremely jealous. Ever since he got to know Han Jiangxue, he had never heard her say those two words. This. The star dragon whimpered softly and loosened its grip on its tail. To his surprise, Jiang Shao nodded obediently. "Okay, I won't be naughty." Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. Star Dragon was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao managed to get Star Dragon to play along with him with his skillful maneuvers. Hiss! Roar! The Star Dragon suddenly roared into the sky, and a series of stars tore through the dark clouds and fell. "Did I call you baby?" Han Jiangxue's face was extremely cold, and she said coldly, "Look at the target." Woo! The Star Dragon whimpered, and the stars that fell from the sky immediately changed their target and blasted towards the underground holy ground at the foot of the mountain. Jiang Zhao's horizons were broadened this time. Arrogant Star Dragon. Dragons. They actually know how to act coquettishly. It turns out that not only do they know how to roar and howl, but they also know how to whimper like kittens and puppies. I'll call the baby bear out in a while, and let it teach you how to whine. The beautiful and mysterious head of the Star Dragon swam past Han Jiangxue's chest and wrapped around her body, looking extremely aggrieved. As it swam, it looked at Jiang Shao beside her. It stared at Jiang Shao with its starry eyes and wrapped its tail around Jiang Zhao's body before flinging him away. "That's enough," Han Jiangxue said coldly and smacked the skin of the Star Dragon in front of her. Boom! As soon as the slap landed, the entire Arrow Mountain dimensional space suddenly trembled. Woo! The Star Dragon wrapped itself around Han Jiangxue's body aggrievedly, as if it did not feel the earth-shattering scene. In the distance, Jiang Shao, who had been flung away, felt dizzy. With the help of the Sea Devourer's soul, he finally managed to stabilize his body. In order to prevent the situation from escalating, Han Jiangxue grabbed the dragon's horn and pulled little Star Dragon's head to her back. She then hooked her finger at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao immediately flashed in front of Han Jiangxue and muttered aggrievedly, "I'm so obedient, but it's so naughty. Are we going to let this matter go?" Han Jiangxue glared at Jiang Shao and opened a ripple teleportation shield with one hand, after which the two of them immediately disappeared. Everyone appeared in front of the gate of the dimensional space, and Jiang Shao hurriedly said, "Let's go pick up the Guardians of the Night." Jiang Shao then flashed away with Han Jiangxue. Jiang Shao left with Han Jiangxue, but the Star Dragon was left behind. All of a sudden, the Star Dragon was a little dumbfounded. It looked left and right and realized that its master had been abducted by that abominable man. Hence, it was on the verge of exploding. In the west of the gate of the dimensional space, Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue caught up with the Guardians of the Night. "Wow, Ghost!" A soldier yelled and hurriedly retreated. Jiang Shao also flashed his military identification card and said, "What are you yelling for? The space has shattered. I'll take you guys back." In the team, the melee fighter was obviously very extroverted. He frantically explained, "Sir, you have no idea. We encountered Ghost just now. A blue-feathered arrow spirit that was attacking us suddenly knelt on the ground and swayed back and forth. That scene. The corners of Jiang Zhao's mouth twitched awkwardly. Cut the crap. Gather. The four of them hurriedly lined up, and Jiang Zhao gestured to Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue immediately opened the ripple teleportation shield, and when everyone appeared again, the Guardians of the Night were shocked again. It was because a galaxy had suddenly appeared in front of them. The soldiers only snapped back to their senses when the star dragon floated quickly and wrapped itself around Han Jiangxue's slim body. That's a damn star beast. What kind of star beast is this? Could it be a star beast from the Dragon Cave? Everyone walked out of the dimensional space one by one, and Jiang Zhao was at the back. The melee fighter of the Guardians of the Night was a step behind Jiang Zhao and handed him a star bead. Stunned for a moment, Jiang Zhao asked while walking, "What do you mean?" As he spoke, Jiang Zhao's body suddenly tilted, and he easily dodged the divine dragon's tail swinging in front of him. The soldier was speechless. Jiang Zhao didn't care at all and continued, "Are you bribing me?" The soldier frantically answered, "This star bead is the blue-feathered arrow spirit that was suddenly possessed just now. Our team worked together to kill it. Sir, take this star bead and hand it over to the higher-ups. Let's see what's going on with this guy. You have no idea how pitiful it was when it cried. Do you really think it turned into Yao Yao because it encountered a ghost?" "Yes, yes." Jiang Zhao nodded perfunctorily, and a piece of information appeared in his internal star map. Blue-feathered arrow spirit star bead, gold quality, star technique. 1. Freezing arrow. Summons an ice blue star power arrow to attack the target with a certain amount of freezing and deceleration effects. Gold quality. 2. Blue-feathered arrow. Summons a blue-feathered arrow. After shooting the star power arrow, a large amount of star power can be consumed to fill the blue-feathered arrow through the threads of star power that have yet to be broken. It will turn into a huge blue-feathered arrow with a certain amount of powerful striking effects. Gold quality. Note, there is a time limit to the process of filling the star power. There's a certain chance of failure when transforming into a blue-feathered arrow. Wow, that's great. Internal star map. You're finally back. The information in this star bead seemed to be clear. Blue-feathered arrow spirit. The 2 star techniques of this star bead seem really good. One is a star power arrow with freezing and deceleration effects, while the other is a giant arrow with a powerful striking effect. As long as it's used in the right place, it'll definitely be a divine technique. Jiang Zhao strode out of the dimensional space while lowering his head and thinking to himself, "I must take advantage of this opportunity to plunder the Arrow Mountain clan's star beads." Jiang Zhao had 4 star maps. Be it the Big Dipper star map, the Flowerblade star map, or the Swallowing Sea star map, Jiang Zhao had made the best use of them. The power of the Withering Bough star map had yet to be revealed. Jiang Zhao planned to figure out all the star beads and star techniques of the Arrow Mountain clan, and then combine them with the archery star techniques of the female zombies in the ancient Imperial Mausoleum of Chong and City. He would then use the star techniques of perception and keen vision to create an archery bait. At this moment, what Jiang Zhao lacked was explosive output. Once the Withering Bough decoy was created, there would be another scourge in this world. There would be another god of archers. It's clearly Sister P, but I'm at least Brother P. Jiang Zhao, who walked out of the dimensional space, felt that something was amiss. He heard rumbling sounds everywhere and saw a rain of arrows pouring down. However, they were stopped in midair by the defensive shield put up by the Chinese army. What's going on? Why did the situation suddenly deteriorate to such an extent? Brigadier Commander Jiang, something's wrong, a man yelled from beside him. Jiang Zhao turned around, only to see Wang Lang, one of his subordinates. This guy had reported to the army with Lin Wanyin back then, but Jiang Zhao had teamed up with Lin Wanyin during the subsequent missions, but he had never carried out any missions with Wang Lang. Wang Lang looked anxious and pointed to the foot of the mountain in the north while yelling, "All the Arrow Mountain clan members are running towards us. I don't think they're charging, but fleeing." Jiang Zhao didn't have time to say anything to Wang Lang. His eyes were red, and he frantically summoned his domain tier star technique. More than 10 seconds later, Jiang Zhao's expression changed. Through his domain tier star technique, he discovered that the endless stream of Arrow Mountain clan members had actually been chased over by the soldiers of the Great Ming Empire. Those bastards actually used horses, whips, and poison to drive the Arrow Mountain clan members who escaped from the dimensional space towards the south. Jiang Zhao frowned and said, "Don't panic, continue to clean up the dimensional space." As he spoke, tears rolled down Jiang Zhao's cheeks. "Brothers, are you trying to play this trick with me? I'm afraid you guys don't know that my domain tier star technique has the effect of eating chicken dinner. Let me tell you what it really means to run away from the poison." While he was deep in thought, under Jiang Zhao's control, layers of tears of sorrow fell rapidly at the foot of the mountain in the north. Chapter 1032. Love you guys, Mwax. Notification for 9-star poison milk currently typing. Please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 1033. Boom! Under the dark clouds in the night sky, the sound of thunder and lightning striking down and the sound of arrows hitting the defensive shield were deafening. Jiang Zhao closed his eyes, but he felt that his body was getting tighter and tighter. Am I being strangled again? Jiang Zhao was dumbfounded. Are you that greedy for my body? But I'm a human, I don't want to date a dragon. Well, it's mainly because your skin is too beautiful and I don't deserve it. Han Jiangxue frowned, and it seemed that she was really angry. With a sullen expression, she slapped Star Dragon's head hard. Woo! Star Dragon's tail that was wrapped around Jiang Zhao loosened in the end. In Jiang Zhao's world of perception, layers of tears poured down from the border between the two countries and continued to move towards the territory of the Great Ming Empire. The Arrow Mountain clan was all over the mountains and the wilderness, fleeing for their lives. They were really in different forms. In an instant, the sounds of ghosts wailing and wolves howling resounded in the rainy night. The creatures of the Arrow Mountain clan were all gold rank and platinum rank. Putting everything else aside, they still had intelligence. Even if they had low intelligence, their body's natural reaction was to seek benefits and avoid harm. Therefore, the Arrow Mountain tribe that was rushing over from the north quickly stopped in their tracks. They did not quite understand why their clansmen were crying and wailing, nor why they were attacking indiscriminately. However, the Arrow Mountain clan knew that there was a problem in the south. They had been running all the way here without anything happening, so why did the army in front of them go berserk in this area? A black-feathered arrow spirit stood in place hesitantly and carefully looked at its clansmen, who were crying miserably more than 10 meters away. The black-feathered arrow spirit was thinking about it when it suddenly felt that something was wrong with the rain. Then its emotions quickly fell. The black-feathered arrow spirit suppressed its grief and quickly retreated. There were many Arrow Mountain clan members who had the same experience as it. 1, 2, 3. When the group of Arrow Mountain clan turned around and ran back, the rhythm was completely set. As the Arrow Mountain clan ran back, they roared and passed on a message. Soon, the rear army became the vanguard. A series of black arrows were shot towards the north, creating a path for the Arrow Mountain clan to escape. In the north, in the territory of Great Ming Empire, under the drizzling rain, beautiful silhouettes could be seen galloping on horses. The whips were sharp and the hooves were loud. A team of 12-star warriors from the Great Ming Empire whipped their horses, and each soldier summoned 18 flame war horses. They surrounded, attacked, and chased the Arrow Mountain tribe to the south. However, nay, on a fiery war horse, a rough-looking man suddenly reined in his horse, and his expression suddenly changed. He shouted, "Defend against the enemy! Defend against the enemy!" The flaming horse charged forward. Team defense. All of a sudden, the 12 soldiers whipped their whips, and with their superb skills, they formed a defensive net with the whips and whipped the arrows in the air. Then, Hundreds of war horses neighed and roared. Their hooves stepped on raging flames as they charged towards the Arrow Mountain tribe that covered the entire mountain. The leader of the soldiers was horrified and asked, "What's going on? What's going on?" The dozen people at the back watched as the flaming war horses rushed into the Arrow Mountain clan. However, the Arrow Mountain clan did not escape or retreat. Instead, they stared at the horses and continued to charge forward. This was not in line with the characteristics of the Arrow Mountain clan. The Arrow Mountain clan were all archers. In other words, they were long-range attackers. The first thing they did when fighting with the enemy was to distance themselves from the enemy. Under normal circumstances, the Arrow Mountain tribe would scatter and fight on their own if the blazing war horses were to charge at them. They would retreat or move to the left and right to distance themselves from the enemy before shooting with star power arrows. But now, a soldier suddenly shouted, "Captain, is there a problem with the rain?" Indeed, the rain fell suddenly, and there was indeed a problem. However, the large area of rain was Jiang Zhao's tariff domain, so no one would feel a problem even if it fell on them. When the soldiers saw their summoner-type creature, the blazing warhorse, turn around and run back to where they came from, "Damn it, what's going on? Control your horses and charge. Control them to charge." The captain of the soldiers lashed out with his whip, heavily lashing on the soldier's body, and angrily cursed. The soldier took a deep breath and couldn't help but wail. This whip directly tore the soldier's clothes, and a bloody mark appeared on his back. The captain of the soldiers was still angry. He seemed to be using anger to cover up his anger. He raised his whip again and lashed at the soldiers next to him. "Control the horses and charge forward." Before he finished speaking, the captain's voice stopped abruptly because he found that even a few of the 18 flaming war horses he summoned had turned around and ran back. The war horses that turned around and ran back could still be considered to be alive and kicking. They were fighting for their lives and trying to survive. Those that did not turn around and run back were either shot by all kinds of arrows or fell asleep on the ground. They no longer had any intention to fight. The flaming war horses were not real horses, but star beasts of the summoning element. Fall asleep on the ground. No, not sleep on the ground, but they have no intention to fight. Have they given up? The captain of the soldiers could no longer hide the horror in his eyes. Faced with the joint charge of the war horses and the Arrow Mountain tribe, he pulled his bow and shot an arrow. A white arrow flew into the sky. As the white arrows hung in the air, countless white feathered arrows rained down like bombers, dropping bombs on the ground. Immediately afterwards, the captain of the soldiers waved his whip and quickly turned his horse around to run back into the country. The soldiers were speechless. The captain of the soldiers turned around and yelled, "What are you waiting for? Retreat! Retreat! Ask for reinforcements!" At the same time, on the mountain, Ho Mingming walked out with her 3 teammates. As sharp as she was, of course, she noticed that the situation had changed. Obviously, there were more guardians of the night station on Earth, and they had also set up a defensive barrier. Ho Mingming looked stern and asked, "What's going on?" "Sir." A large number of Arrow Mountain tribe suddenly came from the north. A soldier hurriedly shouted, "Huh?" Ho Mingming casually waved his hand, and a pure white Pegasus quietly appeared. A pair of pure white wings unfurled, sprinkling ice crystals in the surroundings. Ho Mingming jumped up and landed on the horse. Her long legs clamped the horse's belly. "Huh!" As Bai Shan Shuiyu took off and got closer, the soldiers put up a defensive barrier. Ho Mingming frowned as she saw an extremely strange scene. On the relatively flat terrain of the high mountains, groups of Arrow Mountain tribe members were lying on the ground. Many of them had gone crazy and didn't recognize their own kin. They shot their companions in all directions, and some even killed themselves in a frenzy. Ho Mingming saw with her own eyes that a blue-feathered arrow spirit was fighting. That's right, it was fighting itself. The 2 faces on the blue-feathered arrow spirit's head couldn't see each other, but its 4 arms were intertwined together. It folded its arms and punched out heavily. The scene on the mountain was strange, But the scene at the foot of the mountain was even more interesting. Amidst the roars, a group of Arrow Mountain tribe members and flaming warhorses were crazily pushing north at the foot of the mountain in the distance. Through the flames on the hooves of the flaming warhorses, this mixed army of Arrow Mountain tribe members and flaming warhorses seemed to be chasing a dozen soldiers of the great Ming Empire. In the sky, white feather arrows rained down, creating a bombardment zone. But even if it was a bombardment zone, the Arrow Mountain tribe and flaming warhorses still braved the risk of being bombed and continued to rush north. Ho Mingming looked at the figures running further and further away and coldly snorted. They're sick. Of course, this was just arrogance. Ho Mingming knew that the opposite soldiers couldn't be sick. The Arrow Mountain tribe and the blazing warhorse were so determined to rush north even at the risk of being bombed. Just what was going on? If they weren't afraid of death, what were they afraid of? It turned out that some things were more terrifying than death. The rain was poisonous. She controlled Bai Shan Shuyu to turn around and lean down to look down. Which soldier is the one who used the star technique? What star technique is it, and what effect it has? Hurry up and tell me. Before she finished speaking, she saw a familiar figure. Ho Mingming raised her eyebrows slightly and spread her hand to the side of her body. As the drizzle landed on her palm, Ho Mingming twisted her thumb and index finger and gestured to Jiang Xiao, who was in the distance. Ho Mingming's silent movements were enough to send a message. Clearly, she was asking. Jiang Xiao grinned and nodded before leading Han Jiangxue into another dimensional space. Huh. There was a wanton smile on Ho Mingming's solemn face. On such a dangerous battlefield, Ho Mingming suddenly felt no pressure after seeing Jiang Zhao's reinforcements. There were not many people in this world who could make Ho Mingming feel at ease. To be exact, there were only two. One was her boyfriend, Zhang Run. Every time Ho Mingming dragged her tired body back to the compound of the light-chasing army and returned home, she would see her boyfriend, who was very concerned about her. Ho Mingming's arrogant and irascible heart would quickly calm down. Her boyfriend was just an ordinary person, and Ho Mingming would consciously restrain her aura and aura. As for the fact that she would shoot and shatter the mirror from time to time when she was washing up in the morning, that was another story. In life, her boyfriend, who gave up everything and chased her all the way from the heart of the motherland to Dajiang province to accompany her, gave her a stable and warm family. In battle, the only person who could make her feel at ease was Jiang Xiao. In fact, even second last wasn't qualified. On one hand, Jiang Xiao was a medical awakened star warrior, and on the other hand, he was powerful. Jiang Xiao was a figure whom Ho Mingming had witnessed growing up step by step. Every battle, every decision, every achievement, and every contribution was real. That was Ho Mingming's personality. She was so arrogant that she felt that she would never lose to anyone in her life. However, Jiang Xiao, who was a medical awakened, personally taught her archery skills and allowed her to transform into a star warrior at the peak of the galaxy stage. After that, Ho Mingming put down a lot of her pride in front of him. Ho Mingming couldn't lie to herself. When she was at the peak of the galaxy stage and transformed into a star warrior for the first time, the scene of Jiang Xiao fighting against the European Shield Neil during the World Cup was really in her mind. Ho Mingming watched Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangshu disappear into the space gate and said, "A team of people, follow me to the front to clean up the battlefield. Don't leave any living creatures alive." Wang Lang obviously also sensed that the situation on the battlefield had changed. Ever since he reported the emergency situation to Jiang Xiao, everything had changed. The Arrow Mountain clan in the north stopped charging, and the arrows they shot also decreased. What's going on? What kind of special star technique is that? Wang Lang couldn't quite understand it. However, there were many things that he didn't understand, such as the dragon creature with the mysterious star skin. Brigade Commander Jiang is rather interesting. Huh? Okay, I'll find a chance to ask him. The Tail Feather team was the only team in the light-chasing Tail Feather Brigade that had a designation. Besides, they were personally led by the second-in-command, Nine-Tailed. Hence, their strength was obvious. In fact, Ho Mingming didn't understand how Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangshu managed to do it, but it didn't matter. She just wanted the results. At this moment, the battlefield was in a good state, and that was enough. If she really wanted to ask, it wouldn't be appropriate. At this moment, Jiang Shao was no longer just her junior, but also her immediate superior. If Jiang Shao were to really order her to shut up and stand in a military posture, Ho Mingming knew that she would definitely explode, but she also knew that she would definitely stand in a military posture. Just like when she was preparing for the Dragon Cave mission in the snowfield, Jiang Shao asked her to stand in a military posture with the star map activated. Her body reacted almost subconsciously, and she stood there for a full 10 minutes. During this process, she didn't resist at all. The reason? Naturally, it was because Second Last had molested Ho Mingming a lot after she joined the army. Although Second Last couldn't give her a sense of security, she let her know what it meant to obey and carry out orders. In fact, Ho Mingming had some thoughts too. She thought that she was the type of soldier who abided by the rules and obeyed orders. But Second Last always molested her for no reason. Look at Fu Hei, he's a wily old fox. How laid back is he? I don't see Second Last giving him any special treatment. He did not know if Brigadier Luan had been instructed by someone to go against him like this. The 3,900 words are posted. The update at 20 p.m. remains unchanged. Chapter 1034. Black Feathered Arrow Spirit Star Bead, Platinum Quality, Star Technique. 1. Black Feathered Bow. Condenses star power and summons a black feathered bow. Gold Quality. 2. Black Feathered Arrow. Summons 1 to 7 black star power arrows to attack the target. Adds a slight explosive effect and interferes with the enemy's line of sight. Gold Quality. 3. Black Feathered Spirit. Locks on the target and gives the black feathered arrow an automatic tracking effect. Gold Quality. TSKIC. In the Arrow Mountain dimensional space, Jiang Shao held the black feathered arrow spirit star bead in his hand and read the information given by the internal star map while secretly nodding. Without the star technique black feathered spirit, there would be no such thing as automatic tracking, right? While thinking about it, Han Jiangxue, who was beside Jiang Shao, suddenly propped up the flame's shield. However, before the white arrow could approach Han Jiangxue, it was shattered by the star dragon that was coiled around her body. Bang! The white arrow was directly engulfed by the star, and the sound of an explosion could be heard. However, the dazzling star did not reduce in power, and instead rushed towards the white-feathered arrow spirit in the distance. The white-feathered arrow spirit held the white-feathered bow and quickly moved horizontally in an attempt to avoid the huge star. However, this lousy star dragon is really too evil. Seeing that the huge star was about to brush past the white-feathered arrow spirit, the star dragon suddenly controlled the star to make a sharp turn and engulfed the white-feathered arrow spirit's huge body. The white-feathered arrow spirit was also 8 meters tall and had dark brown hair. It looked rough and unrestrained, especially its six-pack, which was rather alluring. Although its 2 faces and forehand were a little strange, it was still quite pleasing to the eye if one only looked at it once. Jiang Shao had met 5 males of the Arrow Mountain clan before encountering a female Arrow Mountain clan. Besides, they were all not good-looking. If you're a male, it's definitely not a problem if your face is a little rougher. It can be said that you're majestic and heroic. However, if the female's face was also like that, well, it wouldn't be in line with human aesthetics. While Jiang Shao was still thinking about it, the white-feathered arrow spirit that had been engulfed by the star had already exploded. The Arrow Mountain clan was strong in offense, but weak in defense, and their physical defense was no different from that of human star warriors. Humans could also absorb defensive star techniques, but the Arrow Mountain clan only had their own offensive star techniques. Jiang Shao secretly clicked his tongue and turned to look at Star Dragon. He cursed in his heart, "You sly old B***starred. You're bullying me because I've never seen a dragon before and don't know the star techniques of a star dragon. You're obviously a rank higher than him, yet you're still so sinister. Who did you learn it from? Did he learn it from Second Last? Sensing Jiang Zhao's gaze, Star Dragon immediately turned to look at Jiang Zhao. Its huge pair of Star Dragon eyes stared straight at Jiang Zhao. Although Star Dragon no longer dared to whip Jiang Zhao with its tail after being reprimanded by Han Jiangxue, it definitely did not lose in terms of aura. I dodged. Jiang Zhao tilted his body abruptly, but the kick that he expected did not come. Han Jiangxue was just pretending to raise her leg, but she didn't really kick him. The key problem was when Han Jiangxue raised her long leg, Jiang Zhao's sea engulfing robe was lifted up, revealing his buttocks. Jiang Zhao was dumbfounded. Han Jiangxue grabbed Star Dragon's horn with one hand and tilted its beautiful head to the side. Focus. Oh. Jiang Zhao answered softly and smacked the tail of his sea engulfing robe heavily before flashing to the side of the white feather arrow spirit that had been blown up. With the help of the tear field, he picked up the white feather arrow spirit's star bead. A piece of information immediately appeared in his internal star map. White feather arrow spirit star bead, platinum quality. White feather bow, condense star power, and summon a white feather bow. Gold quality, incandescent arrow. Summon a star power arrow that is burning with white flames. It has an illuminating effect and illuminates the path of movement. The flame path will last for 10 seconds. Gold quality, white feather arrow. Summon a white star power arrow to attack the target. It has an explosive effect. Gold quality, white feather arrow array. Summon a special white star power arrow and shoot it into the air. The arrow hanging in the air will scatter a large number of white feather arrows and bombard all targets within a certain range. Platinum quality. Jiang Zhao put the white feather arrow spirit star bead into his pocket. The white feather arrow spirit and black feather arrow spirit were considered rather special among the Arrow Mountain clan. Putting aside the specific power of the output star techniques, they were the only two among the 5 creatures of the Arrow Mountain clan that could summon star power bows. Although the arrows of the other Arrow Mountain clan could be summoned, they all used wooden bows that had to be made by themselves. Jiang Zhao wasn't particularly interested in the white feather arrow spirit star bead. Although the white feather arrow array was of platinum quality and extremely lethal, Jiang Zhao didn't like the star technique that left his fate in the hands of God. Jiang Zhao was very clear about the effects of that star technique. Back then, Ho Mingming and Zhao Wenlong fought to the end of time. After realizing that neither of them could win, Ho Mingming used that star technique to leave his fate in the hands of God and let the white feather arrow array decide the outcome of the battle. Of course, that was only when it was a one-on-one battle. If such a star technique could be shot into the enemy's camp, the damage output would definitely be terrifying. I'll leave it for now. I'll think about it when I pair it with other star techniques in the future. While thinking about it, Jiang Zhao took Han Jiangxue and Star Dragon and quickly flashed towards the Arrow Mountain clan according to the perception of the domain tier. At the same time, in Jiang Zhao's Calamity Shadow training space in the Calamity Shadow world, I Ching-chen's back was drenched in sweat as he panted heavily. He took a few steps back as he stared at the burly young man in front of him. A hint of envy could be seen on I Ching-chen's face. Not far away, Gu Shern was staring ahead with a dumbfounded expression. In front of Gu Shern, a huge shield that was covered in spikes had already been opened, and endless star power surged towards the shield in front of his chest. The star power penetrated the spikes and fused into the rectangular shield. I Ching-chen tried hard to adjust her breathing. She felt that she was panting too loudly and was worried that she would disturb Gu Shern, who was breaking through the star power realm. Gu Shern, on the other hand, was like a bottomless pit. The dense astral energy was visible to the naked eye, forming a huge vortex in front of his star map. After more than 10 seconds, Gu Shern's body stiffened and he fell backward. Plop. I Ching-chen froze for a moment. She had seen many people break through to the starfall stage, but it was her first time seeing someone fall down like that. This is Jiang Zhao's Scourge Ruins. Don't smash the ground. If Gu Shern knew what I Ching-chen was thinking, he would probably vomit blood on the spot. What exactly happened? I Ching-chen walked over cautiously. He tilted his head and looked curiously at the motionless Gu Shuren, whose eyes were wide open. In her heart, 4 words emerged. Die with everlasting regret. Gu Shuren, I Ching Chun called out softly. Huh? Gu Shur, and seemed to have recovered from his shock, and finally turned his head slightly to look at I Ching Chun. I Ching Chun finally heaved a sigh of relief and asked, Do you need treatment? Gu Shuren nodded subconsciously and said, Okay. As soon as he said that, Gu Shuren and felt that something was amiss. I Ching Chun's blessing was the same as Jiang Zhao's. They were both poisonous. Gu Shuren waved his hands and said, No, there's no need. Ah. I Ching Chun's face turned slightly red, and she placed her right hand behind her back. She turned her head and looked at the starry sky wall in the distance and almost whistled. After a long while, Gu Shuren finally snapped back to his senses and rubbed his eyes. He sat up and looked up at I Ching Chun with a stiff expression. Thank you. You're welcome. I Ching Chun replied softly before turning around and running away. Gu Shuren ran his fingers through his messy and sweaty hair. Finally, I can finally leave this damned place. I can finally carry out missions with my teammates. I can finally take a shower, change my clothes, and report the good news to my mother. While thinking about it, Gu Shuren stood up and scurried towards the resting corner. The so-called resting corner was just 2 bunk beds, a table, and chair. Gu Shuren walked to his bed, opened the bedside cabinet, and took out a small square box. Dong dong. As Gu Shuren placed the small square box on the bedside cabinet, the sounds of star beads colliding could be heard. Do you want to absorb a star technique? I Ching Chun asked timidly behind him. Gu Shuren and had the star technique perception and had long known that I Ching Chun was approaching him again. Hence, he wasn't frightened. He turned around and grinned before saying, Yes, I'm going to absorb a star technique. Your Pippi has already prepared a star bead for me. I Ching Chun blushed again and spat at Gu Shuren. But he's my master. Ah. Gu Shuren shrugged nonchalantly and opened the small square box. This team is amazing. Not only did Jiang Xiao give me the star beads of Little Red Riding Hood and Little Blue Riding Hood, even Xia Yin gave me 5 of her star beads. I Ching Chun nodded and said, Yes, this is a combat-assistive star technique. If I can absorb a star technique that increases speed, increases weight, or purifies, it'll be worth it. Oh, you seem to know a lot about Little Red Riding Hood star beads? Gu Shuren and looked at I Ching Chun curiously. As he spoke, the star bead in his hand shattered and turned into star power that fused into his body. I Ching Chun muttered softly, It's a star bead that's a national treasure of the Nation of Will. There will be players from the Nation of Will in every World Cup. As an imaginary enemy that I'm likely to encounter, I definitely have to understand the star techniques that the other party might have. Gu Shuren, you're talking as if you've never participated in the World Cup before. Aren't you the runner-up in the World Cup individual competition? I'm the champion of the World Cup team competition. Who are you looking down on? I Ching Chun clearly understood Gu Shuren's expression and muttered softly. Because you have Pippi, you're the champion. Because I have Pippi, I'm the runner-up. Gu Shuren was dumbfounded. Hee. I Ching Chun covered her mouth and chuckled. She seemed to be in a good mood. Hurry up and absorb the star bead. I'm about to advance to the Starfall Stage 2. I haven't absorbed a new star technique in a long time. Let me share the joy with you. Gu Shuren looked upset, but he didn't want to argue with her. Hence, he muttered something and continued to absorb the star beads. I Ching Chun sat on the ground and didn't disturb Gu Shuren. Instead, she quietly watched Gu Shuren absorb the star beads, only to discover that Gu Shuren's expression was getting more and more sullen. I Ching Chun also knew that something was amiss. Although the Little Red Riding Hood star bead was known as a combat-assistive star bead, its star technique was, after all, an assistive one. Hence, the success rate of absorbing it was rather low. I Ching Chun only dared to ask Gu Shuren about it after he absorbed all 6 Little Red Riding Hood star beads. She looked at Gu Shuren's sullen face and asked cautiously, How is it? Gu Shuren forced a smile and waved his hand, after which a white star with a tinge of red landed and revolved around his sturdy body. Gu Shiren forced a smile and said, "It should be a gold-quality white star that can purify negative states." How infuriating. You still have to pretend to be nonchalant. I Ching nodded. 6-star beads and only 1-star technique. Actually, the success rate was already very high. She smiled and comforted him. It's a single-target purification star technique, and it's a continuous purification star technique. That's already not bad. The probability of you absorbing a star technique is already very high. Don't compare yourself to Pippi and Han Jiangxue. They're all freaks. Gu Shiren nodded and said, "You're right. I'll tell Jiang Shou about it when he delivers breakfast tomorrow morning." I Ching was stunned for a moment and her eyes widened. "How dare you? I'll give you my blessings." Hee. Gu Shiren chuckled. After training together for a long time, he knew that I Ching was gentle and even a little adorable when she was not in combat. Gu Shiren didn't care about I Ching's threat. He looked at the remaining star beads in the small square box again and said, "I've absorbed Little Red Riding Hood's star technique of purification. In that case, I can't absorb Chang Whiterob's star technique anymore. After all, Whiterobed has a purification mist. There aren't many star slots available to begin with. If the effects of the star techniques overlap, it won't be good." I Ching pursed her lips and asked, "Are those Little Blue Riding Hood star beads?" "Yes, 7 Little Blue Riding Hood star beads," Gu Shiren said with a nod. "What's that grayish stone star bead?" I Ching asked curiously. Gu Shiren said, "It's a big stone hat star bead. I only have one, and I don't intend to absorb it. The big stone hat star technique is good, and the platinum quality Barbera charge is very powerful, but it requires a prerequisite star technique. I don't have 3-star techniques in 1-star technique like Pippi." I Ching humphed and changed the topic. "The Little Blue Riding Hood star bead is not bad. It's the Hammer of Illusion, the Fall of the Gods, and the Twilight of the Gods. There are a total of 7 star beads. Let's see how many star techniques you can absorb." Gu Shiren nodded and took a deep breath with a sullen expression. That's the star technique of a shield warrior. In terms of compatibility, the success rate has to be high, right? I hope everyone has a good time reading it. Chapter 1035. Oh my, oh my. Gu Shiren knelt in front of the bedside table, looking extremely pained. As the 5th little blue hat star bead shattered in his hand, Gu Shiren looked at the remaining 2 star beads while his thick palms trembled. He dared not absorb any more. I Ching suppressed her curiosity and did not want to disturb Gu Shiren's absorption of the star bead. However, she couldn't help but ask, "What's the matter?" Gu Shiren turned around and glared at I Ching. He then unfolded his star map. There were 18 star slots lit up on the huge square shield that was made up of 27 star slots. I Ching's eyes lit up and she frantically asked, "What did you absorb?" With a bitter expression, Gu Shiren said, "I'm not sure yet." I Ching was dumbfounded. Gu Shiren looked up at the air wall and sighed. The prerequisite star technique for the Fall of the Gods and the Twilight of the Gods is the Hammer of Illusion. This star technique of mine is not the Hammer of Illusion. The other 2 star techniques feel too similar to each other, so I'm not sure if it's the Fall of the Gods or the Twilight of the Gods for now. I Ching was speechless. Gu Shiren held the remaining 2 little blue hat star beads in his hand, and his palms were trembling slightly. I Ching pursed her lips and put on a sorrowful expression. "Do it in one go." Gu Shiren suddenly yelled, giving I Ching a great shock. She raised her hand and wanted to give Gu Shiren a blessing, but she held back at the last moment. "Bless, bless, little toxic healer. Bless me." Gu Shiren murmured and put down 1 star bead, after which he absorbed the other star bead in his palm. I Ching was shocked, and she watched helplessly as the 19-star slot in Gu Shiren's star map lit up. Damn it, is it that metaphysical? Is it really useful to pray for the blessing of the toxic healer? I Ching hurriedly asked, "What star technique is it? Don't tell me it's another star technique." Gu Shi and looked at I Ching-chan with a bitter expression and said, "Your master is blessing me, yet you're treating me like this? Air." I Ching-chan scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. Gu Shi and also had a nervous expression on his face. He placed his hands in front of his chest, and in the next moment, a long-handled war hammer made of illusory lines appeared in his hands. I Ching-chan. Gu Shi was overjoyed too. The prerequisite star technique is here. The gold-quality illusionary hammer. He had hit the jackpot. Gu Shi, and who was still frowning just now, suddenly realized that he had only used 6 star beads to absorb 2-star techniques. Even if those 2-star techniques were particularly compatible with the star map of the shield fighter, the efficiency of absorbing star techniques was still considered great luck. The warhammer was at least 2 meters long, and the shaft was thick and long. He couldn't tell what material it was made of. The hammer in front of him was not only a pure cuboid, but it was also terrifyingly large, giving off a feeling that it did not conform to the forging scale. Gu Shi and activated his star technique and continuously condensed the hammer of nothingness. As the illusory lines of the hammer became solid, Gu Shi felt that the hammer in his hand was getting heavier and heavier, even though the size of the hammer did not change much. When the hammer of nothingness completely condensed into a solid form, Gu Shi held the hammer in one hand and slowly moved it in front of I Ching-chan. I Ching-chan was dumbfounded. However, Gu Shi walked to I Ching-chan's side, turned his wrist, and placed the cuboid hammer in front of I Ching-chan's chest. "It's huge. This hammer is so huge. It actually covered most of I Ching-chan's upper body. It doesn't conform to the forging scale at all." I Ching-chan pushed the hammer of nothingness away with one hand and frantically said, "Hurry up and try it. See what star technique you absorbed previously." Gu Shi looked around and held onto the void hammer. At the instant that he activated his star technique, he threw the void hammer far away. Yes, the platinum star technique that Gu Shi had previously absorbed was the fall of the deities. However, the hammer of nothingness spun rapidly and flew up into the sky, hovering at a height of 8 to 9 meters. It then froze in midair. At the next moment, the illusory shadows of the hammer poured down like a bomber that bombarded Jiangshou's calamity training space. Rumble. Stones flew everywhere and star power overflowed. Gu Shi hurriedly activated his star technique and controlled it with his willpower through the connection of the star power threads. He then made the hammer of nothingness change its target and aim it at the air wall above. Boom! At this moment, the entire training space shook. The densely packed hammer shadows that shot out at high speed seemed as if they were going to shatter the entire space. "Stop!" I Ching-chan yelled frantically. "Ah!" Gu Shi exclaimed in shock and hurriedly controlled his star technique to put away the fall of the deities. In the sky, the hammer of nothingness also disappeared quietly, leaving only a mess behind. Gu Shi and I Ching-chan looked at each other. Not far away from them, there was a scene of dust and gravel all over the ground. I Ching-chan looked a little worried and said softly, "Will Pippi be angry? He lent us the training space, but we destroyed it." Gu Shi was stunned for a moment before he smiled and said, "It's okay. Why would he be angry? Besides, even if he is, it has nothing to do with you. I was the one who destroyed it. Don't worry. This girl is really interesting. She clearly didn't do anything, but when it comes to taking the blame, she wants to take the blame too. There's one more. I'll go and try my luck." Gu Shi changed the topic and walked to the bedside table to pick up the last little blue hat star bead on the ground. Gu Shi clasped his hands together and held the star bead in his palms while muttering, "Pippi, toxic healer, give me strength. Bless me. Let me absorb the twilight of the deities." Kacha. As Gu Shi absorbed it, the star bead also shattered in his palms. I Ching-chan stared at Gu Shi and star map, but after a long time, he still did not find any signs of his empty star slot being lit up. You should have failed. TSK. I thought you were smart," Gu Shi said with a look of disdain as he pursed his lips. I Ching-chun was immediately displeased. "You're not pious." "Huh?" Gu Shi, and turned to look at I Ching-chun with a bewildered expression. I Ching-chun said, "You have to kneel." Gu Shi was speechless. I Ching-chun said with a serious expression, "You have to kneel and pray." Gu Shi pursed his lips awkwardly and said, "That's your master. You can kneel, but don't drag me into it." "Humph." I Ching-chun snorted and summoned the Shadow Master. "Wait for me to go to Star C and absorb the star beads." "Let's wait and see." Gu Shi was speechless. However, I Ching-chun did not know that a young man praying and a young lady shortening her lifespan were two different concepts. While speaking, I Ching-chun and the Shadow Master had already walked towards the site that had been blown up to tidy up and level the ground. Gu Shi scratched his head frantically and thought, "You're really going to pave the ground for me?" Of course, Gu Shi, the initiator of the incident, couldn't stay idle and simply walked forward to pave the ground with I Ching-chun. Gu Shi initially thought that he could make a comeback after advancing to the Starfall stage and absorbing an extremely powerful star technique. In the end, he did not expect that he had only advanced to the Starfall stage for a few minutes. The first task was actually to repair the road. In the training space, Gu Shi and I Ching-chun transformed into road maintainers while Jiang Xiao walked out of the Arrow Mountain dimensional space with Han Jiangxue. Jiang Xiao, who had destroyed another Arrow Mountain dimensional space, was originally in a good mood, but Martha's side was blocked. "Wait for me," Jiang Xiao said softly. Han Jiangxue nodded and did not ask anything. She simply felt a blur in front of her, and Jiang Xiao disappeared without a trace. At the next moment, Jiang Xiao appeared behind a team of 10 people and said, "Everyone!" In an instant, several soldiers turned around to look at Jiang Xiao, who was wearing a cloak and deliberately revealing the vigil armband on his right arm. The soldiers had sullen expressions, and some of them were still staring at the mysterious woman in the middle of the team with vigilance in their eyes. It was Martha, who had rushed to the border of the northeast after collecting the star beads in the town. Martha was suddenly restrained during the journey, but with her abilities, she could totally create an opportunity to escape. However, at this critical juncture, it was better to avoid trouble. Jiang Xiao raised his hands and said, "I'm going to take out my military officer identification card from the right pocket of my chest now." Several soldiers of the Guardian Army looked at Jiang Xiao's face and had already recognized Pai Shun. However, the scene that happened previously made them extremely wary. The few Guardian Army soldiers happened to encounter Martha, who was in a hurry. After using their star techniques to stop her, they began to ask about her identity. Martha was not wearing a military uniform, and, similarly, she did not have the most crucial thing, her military officer identification card. She did not have any documents to prove her identity, and she was also wearing a hoop mask and a black cloak. The sudden appearance of such a mysterious woman in such a place would definitely attract the attention of the Chinese military. Even if Jiang Xiao controlled Martha and found a chance to leave, the news would definitely be reported. By then, it might cause panic and waste some manpower and resources to search for this mysterious woman. Jiang Xiao slowly took out his military officer identification card and opened it. Guardians of the Night, Light-Chasing Feather Brigade, Nine-Tailed. This soldier is a light-chasing apprentice that I specially recruited. I've just brought him here to solve this crisis. It's considered an assessment mission. The group of Guardian Army soldiers looked at each other warily and did not speak immediately. Jiang Xiao frowned slightly and said, "What do you mean? Do you not recognize my face? Or do you not recognize this identification card? Stand at attention. Stand properly." All of a sudden, the soldiers stood at attention in a standard military posture. That was what it meant to be peaceful before resorting to force. There was no need for Jiang Xiao to make things difficult for them. On the contrary, he wanted to praise the Guardian Army soldiers. Jiang Xiao looked at the soldiers who stood at attention with their chests puffed out and their heads raised. He smiled apologetically and said, "I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. Continue with your patrol. I'll take my team member with me. I'll go back and complete the enlistment procedures for her." The group of soldiers responded loudly and left in a line. Martha, who had been standing there silently like a stone pillar, did not dare to act rashly. As the Guardian Army soldiers left, she finally strode towards Jiang Shao. While walking, there was a clattering sound coming from her body as if she was hiding a lot of glass balls. In Jiang Zhao's hometown, glass balls were called lulu. When Jiang Shao was young, he often played with his friends. Hearing this familiar sound, Jiang Shao suddenly wanted to play with himself. Both of them were Jiang Shao, so there was no problem of communication. Martha opened her cloak, and the two inner pockets were filled with lulu that were about to pop out. Jiang Shao searched in Martha's inner pocket and picked out a star bead with a special color. He then pinched it in his hand. At the same time, a piece of information appeared in his internal star map. Rating Arrow Spirit Star Bead, Gold Quality, Star Technique. 1. Rating Feather Arrow. Summons a gray star power arrow to attack the target with a certain amount of sharpness and penetration. Gold Quality. 2. Rating Feather Arrow. Summons a transparent star power arrow to attack the target with a certain amount of sharpness and repelling. Gold Quality. TSK. This is a real magical technique. Jiang Shao licked his lips excitedly. This is a true rating arrow. Sharpness and penetration. Sharpness and repelling. If Jiang Zhao's archery skills were good enough, ordinary opponents would probably not be able to get close to him. He looked at the two large bags of star beads in Martha's arms. Wow, it's so comfortable with such a powerful star technique. The archery decoy should be put on the agenda. Chapter 1036. Early morning the next day. In the stone villa of the Calamity World. Xia Yin rubbed her head and opened her sleepy eyes to look at the ceiling. After a while, she finally remembered where she was. It was her own room. Xia Yin got up in a daze, lifted the blanket, and stepped on the stone floor. The cold touch penetrated her toes and seemed to penetrate her heart. She hurriedly curled up her legs and hid them under the warm blanket. She leaned over and looked down, but she couldn't find her shoes. Feeling helpless, she propped herself up and looked around. She whistled at the clothes rack at the door of the room. The pitch-black soul of the sea devourer immediately floated over and covered her body. Xia Yin's body stiffened slightly. She, who was slow to realize that something was wrong. It was no longer a matter of losing her shoes, but that she was wearing pajamas, not the Guardians of the Night uniform. The more Xia Yin thought about it, the redder her face became. She put on the soul of the sea devourer and quickly moved away. In order to get out of the Calamity World, Jiang Shao had to be outside to open the door of the Calamity World, and the only way to inform Jiang Shao was to find Jiang Shou, who was stationed there. Xia Yin flashed a few times and found Jiang Shou standing in front of the kitchen counter in the living room on the first floor of the villa. Jiang Shou. Xia Yin stammered, then raised her eyebrows and shouted, Jiang Shao. Huh? Jiang Shou was wearing an apron and holding an apple in his mouth. He turned around and looked over with a knife in his hand. He seemed to be cutting meat. Xia Yin asked fiercely, Where are my shoes? Where did you throw them? Where are my clothes? Jiang Shao blinked, cut 2 slices of beef, and placed them on the plate. He carried the plate to the connection between the dining room and the living room and placed the plate on the bar counter. He then took the apple in his mouth and chewed it. I don't know. Ching Chun changed your clothes for you, but I don't know where she threw them. Oh. Xia Yan's anger was suddenly vented. Feeling rather complicated, she responded softly. While eating the apple, Jiang Shao gestured at the plate and said, Eat some. Don't starve. The situation outside isn't good. We still have to fight on this front for a while. Eat first. Go out later and replace Han Jiangxue. She's been fighting all night, too. Jiang Shao then turned around, walked back to the dining room, and picked up the milk kettle. Xia Yin floated over and sat down on a bar stool. Looking at the person who was walking back with a glass of milk, she lowered her head and asked guiltily, How's the situation outside? The situation is very complicated when we have relations with other countries. Last night, we fought with the border guards of the Great Ming Empire a few times, both overtly and covertly. Jiang Shao snorted and gestured to Wu Qi to heat up the milk. After that, he turned around and continued to make breakfast. Xia Yin said anxiously, "Hurry up and send me out. I'll help you." "What's the hurry?" Jiang Shao barked in displeasure. Without even turning around, he continued to cut the cooked beef. "I don't even have time to sleep. Why are you still rushing me? Let's talk after eating." "Oomph." Xia Yin humphed in displeasure and lowered her head. She then picked up a piece of apple from the plate and tossed it into her mouth. Although there weren't many ingredients in the Calamity world, the breakfast was very sumptuous. The main reason was that Jiang Shou, who was stationed there, was responsible for delivering 3 meals a day to Gu Shi and Yi Qingxin. The two of them had been training hard day and night, which was extremely taxing on their stamina. Although Yi Qingxin had the help of his blessing, Jiang Shao still tried his best to ensure that their meals were nutritious and rich. Due to the fact that Xia Yin and Han Jiangxue would also be training there, Xia Yin was no stranger to the Zhang's nutritious breakfast. There were 4 slices of apple for oranges, 2 pieces of cooked beef, a pile of boiled wild vegetables, and a cup of warm milk produced by the flower plate cow on a white porcelain round plate. As the saying goes, seek your position in politics. While cutting the beef, Jiang Shao rambled on. "I've run out of eggs again. It's time to ask Uncle Hai for more eggs. After this crisis, we'll expand Uncle Hai's chicken farm. I heard that Ani Hai stewed a lot of old hens for Teacher Fong's confinement. Teacher Fong has almost finished the chicken farm." Puffed. Ahem. Xia Yin had just taken a sip of milk when she heard Jiang Zhao's words. She couldn't catch her breath and began coughing. "Hurry up and be a human." Jiang Shao turned around and said helplessly, "How old are you? Can you even drink milk? I'll just wipe the floor." Ugh. Xia Yin wiped the milk stains at the corner of her mouth with one hand and changed the topic. "Why did you cut 2 pieces of beef? Is there such a large amount for breakfast today?" "Yes." Hearing this, Jiang Zhao's attention was indeed diverted. He sighed and said, "Eat more beef. The flower plate cow breeds too quickly. It's all my fault for being too young and stealing too many cows back then." Xia Yin was speechless. Xia Yin finished her food in a few bites and pushed the plate away. "I'm going to get dressed." Wait for me in the living room after you're done." Before Jiang Shao could finish a sentence, Xia Yin had already left. Jiang Shao sighed and opened the door of the Calamity Shadow training space beside him. He then walked towards the door. At the next moment, Jiang Shao was stunned. Usually, he would have to shout "mealtime" several times before the two of them would come over. Today, Yi Qingxin was nowhere to be seen, and he should be training in the depths of the space. However, Gu Shi was sitting cross-legged at the door and waiting for Jiang Zhao's arrival. "Are you hungry?" Jiang Shao looked at Gu Shi and couldn't help but smile. "Come on, food is ready." Gu Shi hurriedly said, "I've advanced to the Starfall stage." "Oh." Jiang Shao was overjoyed. "Starfall? What's the specific function of turning stars into weapons?" Gu Shi clenched his fists and said, "Defense." "Damage." Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up. Gu Shi and Shield Star Map should definitely have defensive functions. It was also full of spikes and should have a certain damage function. However, Jiang Shao was particularly interested in the so-called damage. Jiang Shao asked, "What kind of damage?" Gu Shi froze for a moment and said, matter-of-factly, "It's to turn stars into weapons and use the spikes on a shield to stab people." "Don't you understand?" Jiang Shao had a strange expression on his face and said, "If you're not convinced, you can touch it in reality. See if I stab you or not." Gu Shi was speechless. Jiang Shao chuckled and said, "Hurry up and come out to take a shower and eat. I'll find you some star beads, after which you can absorb the space-time rift and calamity ruin." Gu Shi was dumbfounded. Seeing that Gu Shi was in a daze, Jiang Shao urged, "Hurry up and come out. What are you spacing out for?" Gu Shi gulped and said, "The space-time rift and calamity ruin?" Gu Shi knew that ever since Jiang Shao accepted him, Jiang Shao had already treated him as one of his own. Jiang Shao had given him all the resources, conveniences, and the best things. However, when Jiang Shao said that he wanted to give him the most precious space element star bead in the world. At the thought of it, Gu Shiren shook his head and smiled. Are space element star beads precious? Of course they are, but it depends on what you're comparing them to. If you were to compare the space element star beads to the Calamity Ruin training space, the star beads wouldn't seem to matter at all. Gu Shiren relied on the training space provided by Jiang Shao to advance to the Starfall stage at a rate that was almost 10 times faster than normal. Jiang Shao looked at Gu Shiren, and who was in a daze, and said, "Hurry up. I've already prepared the star beads for you. Hurry up and take a shower. You stink." Before he finished speaking, Yi Qingqian appeared beside the two of them in a flash and heard what Jiang Shao said. Yi Qingqian hurriedly took a few steps back and looked at Jiang Shao in embarrassment. She raised her arm and sniffed her clothes. "What are you smelling? How can it smell good when you've been training day after day?" Jiang Shao couldn't help but chuckle. "Hurry up and come out to wash up. By the way, where are Xia Yan's shoes? Where did you throw them?" Yi Qingqian blushed and rolled her eyes at Jiang Shao. "I washed her clothes and shoes by the river and left them on the platform to dry." Jiang Shao nodded. He could tell from Yi Qingqian's face that she was a virtuous wife and loving mother. However, to be honest, Xia Yan was indeed unbearable yesterday. She was drenched in sweat and rain during the battle in the Tier field. Besides, Jiang Shao turned to look at Yi Qingqian. Yi Qingqian said softly, "She was covered in blood, so I threw Xia Yan into the river to soak her. Did she catch a cold? After I put her on the bed, I specially added a blessing for her." Jiang Shao was amused because the word soak was used well. He smiled and said, "Bring some charcoal next time and put some sesame, cumin, and chili powder in it. We can have a change of taste." Gu Shiren suddenly widened his eyes while Yi Qingqian shot Jiang Shao a meaningful glance. Jiang Shao was stunned for a moment and felt a chill run down his spine. Speak of the devil, and Xia Yan arrived. Before Jiang Shao could react, Hoshi Haiyan grabbed him by the back of his neck. Jiang Shao turned around and looked at Xia Yan before smiling awkwardly. "Goddess Yan, you're back." Xia Yan grabbed Jiang Shao with one hand on her waist and hollered angrily, "If you continue to mislead people here, I'll drag you to the river and roast you. Be gentler." "Xia Yan," Gu Shiren exclaimed in shock and frantically said, "He's bait. If you crush him, the three of us will be trapped here." "It's okay. I didn't use too much force." Xia Yan waved her hands, but she was still holding onto Jiang Shao. Hence, Jiang Shao swayed in the air too. To her surprise, Jiang Shao, who was swaying left and right in the air, suddenly said, "I know you didn't use any force, but what if I fall before you do?" Xia Yan was speechless. The four of them walked out of the Calamity Shadow training space, and Yi Qingqian dashed to the lake to take a shower, while Jiang Shao asked Xia Yan to go to the underground treasure room to retrieve the stock that they had obtained from the void. It was an opportunity that Second Last had applied for previously, and it was also the stock that Jiang Shao and the rest had obtained after entering the dimensional space for the second time. The three of them sat in front of the bar in the restaurant, while Jiang Shao and Xia Yan held their breaths and watched Gu Shiren absorb the star beads one by one. Gu Shiren was a shield warrior and not a melee fighter. His star map didn't seem to be compatible with the space-time rift and the Calamity Shadow ruins. Of course, although it wasn't compatible, it didn't conflict with it either. With Gu Shiren's 27 star slots, he had to absorb 32 star beads before he could configure the space-time rift and the Calamity Shadow ruins. The probability of him absorbing a precious spatial star technique with 16 star beads was rather good. For some reason, the star map of a melee fighter was more compatible with the spatial star technique than that of a shield warrior, even though they were both fighters. So, does the shield have to be in a stance? The shield can only be beaten up and can appear and disappear mysteriously, right? Gu Shiren, who had absorbed 2 star techniques, was overjoyed and left in a flash. Xia Yan froze for a moment before throwing the void star bead into a wooden box. Where did that kid go? If the world were to see Xia Yan throwing the void Calamity Shadow star bead like it was a glass ball, they would probably spit at her. Jiang Shao closed the lid of the box that was filled with void calamity shadow star beads and said, "Who knows?" Although he said that, Jiang Shao had already guessed where Gu Shuren had gone. He should have gone to pay his respects, right? After advancing to the Starsea realm, Gu Shuren's star map was filled with the shield warrior technique and the spatial star technique. Hence, there was a qualitative improvement in Gu Shuren's abilities. He felt that he should share the good news with his family. Xia Yin said, "Let's give him another soul of the Sea Devourer. That way, our big cloak organization will be strengthened again." Jiang Shao looked at Xia Yin angrily and said, "Are you really? You're a genius at naming things. By the way, I still have a team in the alien sphere that I'm going to establish. Could you please give my organization a name too? It's best if you include a number." Xia Yin immediately patted her chest and exclaimed heroically, "No problem. I'll think of a more domineering name for you." Jiang Shao shook his head repeatedly and said, "No, you don't have to be domineering. You just have to perform normally. It's the most unconventional name." "Look, I'm Xia Yin slammed her palm on the table and looked at Jiang Shao. "What do you mean?" While speaking, Gu Shuren, who was drenched, actually flashed back. It seems that he didn't go to pay his respects and instead went to take a shower. With a firm expression, Gu Shuren said, "I can go out now. I can fight with the team." "Okay." Looking at Gu Shuren's determined gaze, Jiang Shao grabbed a plate from the table beside him and said, "Let's eat first. After eating, follow Xia Yin to the gate. I'll open the door for you." "Okay." Gu Shuren said as he continued to eat. Xia Yin looked at Gu Shuren, who was impatient and smug. She didn't care that Gu Shuren was drenched. She raised her elbow and placed it on Gu Shuren's shoulder. Xia Yin smiled teasingly and said, Tiske. Six Tails, are you going out?" Jiang Shao sat on the chair, rested his chin on one hand, and took a sip of milk. He then reminded, "Be careful when you go out. Listen to the commands, don't be impulsive, and take care of yourself. If you miss home, tell the main body to open the door for you. I'll cook something delicious for you when you come back." Gu Shuren froze in the middle of eating. The more Xia Yin listened, the more she felt that something was amiss. She felt like she was sending her son to school in another city. Peak. Chapter 1037. Six-tailed Gu Shuren left the mountain, while seven-tailed Xia Yin accompanied him out of the Calamity Shadow world. At the same time, Martha returned to the Calamity Shadow world with a full bag of star beads. Xia Yin was holding a cup of warm milk in her hand, and when she saw Han Jiangshue's stiff expression, she hurriedly leaned forward and asked, Shue, are you tired? Do you want to go back and rest?" Han Jiangshue grabbed the milk, but she shook her head. Although she had been fighting for an entire night, it was nothing to the group of brave star warriors who were good at fighting for a few days and nights. It was nothing new to them. Of course, there would be fatigue on the mental level, but on the physical level, Jiang Zhao's blessing could heal everything. Han Jiangshue held the cup of warm milk, but instead of drinking it, she handed it to him. Xia Yin was speechless. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Jiang Shao drank a few mouthfuls and returned the remaining half to Han Jiangshue. While wiping the milk stains on his mouth, he said, "After this peak period, little Jiangshue, go and rest. It's not the time to rest yet." While speaking, Han Jiangshue also finished the cup of milk and threw the glass into the gate of the Calamity Shadow world beside Jiang Shao. Gu Shuren looked around and subconsciously took a step back, only to realize that the strange creature was Star Dragon. Although everyone was in a cave, Gu Shuren, who had sharp ears and eyes, could faintly hear a series of explosions. He also discovered Star Dragon immediately. No matter how many times he saw it, he still couldn't get used to the mysterious and beautiful skin of Star Dragon. If he walked closer and let Star Dragon completely occupy his vision, Gu Shuren would even feel like he was in a deep and vast universe. "Let's go," Jiang Shao said. Whoosh! The dark sky teleportation shield was activated, and the four of them and Star Dragon appeared on the mountain occupied by the Guardians of the Night. Gu Shuren subconsciously tensed up, and a series of rumbling sound could be heard. He hurriedly looked around to see that his comrades were fighting and yelling were everywhere. They were clearly facing star beasts that were armed with cold weapons, but they seemed to be in a modern war. Among them, the one with the greatest momentum was the white feather arrow spirit. Gushurin realized that at this moment, there were many white feather arrows hanging in the sky to the north of the camp, and they were raining down exploding arrows. Amidst the deafening explosions, there were also large, icy blue arrows and green arrows that emitted a thick, poisonous mist. Gushurin couldn't help but be speechless. At this moment, he admired Jiangshou for being able to face everyone calmly. How chaotic it is outside. Jiangshou and the decoy senses were interconnected, but before Gushurin requested to fight, Jiangshou did not mention anything about the crisis at all. Gushurin looked at the dense dimensional spaces in the sky and on the ground. They crisscrossed and covered the sky. He couldn't help but recall the time when he was carrying out the Wasteland Reclaimers mission in the Jindalai Peninsula. Xiaopi, a voice was heard, but it was not through face-to-face communication. Instead, it was through an invisible earpiece. It was a simple form of address, but the other party's fake Mandarin had nowhere to hide. In the Tail Feather Brigade, there were not many people who addressed Jiangshou as Xiaopi. One of them was Hong Mingming, and the other was Zhao Wenlong. The unique experiences and friendship between the three of them allowed them to address him as Xiaopi. Of course, if Second Last was around, Zhao Wenlong and Hong Mingming would still hold back and address Jiangshou by his job title. Jiangshou looked around and pressed one hand on the invisible earpiece. "Speak." Zhao Wenlong's voice came again. "We can't go on like this. The area where the Arrow Mountain dimensional space opened is special. This isn't just our problem. The other side can't hold on any longer." While speaking, Jiangshou had already found Zhao Wenlong, who was waving at him from afar. Through the chaotic battlefield, the two of them looked at each other. At this moment, Jiangshou and Zhao Wenlong suddenly couldn't see each other, because a dimensional space suddenly blossomed between the two of them. The dimensional space was like a bugle call for an attack. After it took the lead, 5 to 6 dimensional spaces appeared on the mountain one after another. Besides, judging from the order and position of the dimensional spaces, the Arrow Mountain dimensional space was moving towards the south again. Jiangshou was shocked. Many things could be controlled, but some things couldn't. The dimensional spaces had crossed the border. They were still open 200 meters north and south of the national border for the time being, but it seemed that they were going to cross the border and open up to the interior of China. What's going on? The emergence of such a situation was a huge blow to the Guardians of the Night. After a night of hard work, everyone pushed the front line from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain. The Guardians of the Night occupied the high ground and had the advantage of the terrain. They had a good field of vision and a large attack range. The situation was getting better. However, the pattern of the Arrow Mountain dimensional spaces opening made everyone's hard work go up in smoke. The Arrow Mountain dimensional space that opened within the camp of the Guardians of the Night was still manageable, but the dimensional spaces that continued to open to the south were almost going to invade the territory of the Guardians of the Night and form an encirclement. To make matters worse, they were all dimensional spaces and not holy ground. If it was the sacred ground, a group of elite soldiers would be able to destroy it in an instant. "Your team, enter this one. The few of you enter this one." The hoarse roar could be heard continuously. The middle-aged officer who had accidentally reprimanded Jiangshou last night was still commanding the battle diligently. The middle-aged officer quickly organized the team and gave clear and orderly orders before gathering the team to enter the Arrow Mountain dimensional spaces. Last night, when he reprimanded Jiangshou, his voice was especially loud and clear. Now, his hoarse roar was rather heart-wrenching. Gushurin turned around to see an officer in disheveled clothes who looked exhausted. "Shao! Jiang! Shao! Team Weiyu." The signal was intermittent and gradually connected. Jiangshou frantically said, "Got it. Speak." Second Last's voice sounded from the invisible earphones. "Temporary mission, get the map." In the team, Han Jiangxue was the only one who was equipped with invisible earphones. Xia Yan's equipment had already been removed last night, and Gu Shi had just left the mountain. Hence, he was not fully equipped. Xia Yan and Gu Shi, who were confused, looked at Jiang Shao nervously, only to see Han Jiangxue pointing at the large transport vehicle at the side. Jiang Shao immediately flashed over and stepped into the back of the military vehicle. He waved his hands apologetically to the soldiers inside and walked to the left side of the vehicle. He looked at the map of Dajiang province and said, "Speak." Second last said, "Central border, Taishan." Jiang Shao pressed his finger on the border between Dajiang province, Longan province, and the Great Ming Empire. He then moved his finger to the top left and asked, "Taishan? What's the matter?" Jiang Shao was very familiar with that place, which had always been an important military location. Besides, in the 40s and 50s of the previous world, there were several tragic wars that broke out there that involved some neighboring countries. Putting aside the past for the time being, Jiang Shao understood the importance of this place. Second last said, "Taishan, we need you." Jiang Shao froze for a moment and said, "I'm in an emergency. I can't leave. The location you're talking about is at least 500 kilometers away from me." Second last answered, "We need a star warrior of your level to shock and awe the opponents there." Shock and awe the opponents? The Arrow Mountain Clan? Or the Great Ming Empire? On the Chinese side, be it the military or the police, most of them adhere to the principle of escalation of force. Perhaps the concept might not be accurate, but the specific meaning was similar. Only when the other party upgraded their force and increased the level of threat would the Chinese side increase their offensive and defensive means to the same level as the other party. Jiang Shao said, "The dimensional spaces here are appearing in batches." "Can't you change to another?" Second last yelled. "Shut up. Listen to my orders. Execute." Jiang Shao frowned and turned around to walk out. He jumped out of the transport vehicle and said to his teammates who were killing the Arrow Mountain Clan, "Han Jiangxue will be the temporary captain and commander. Xia Yan and Gu Shi, get ready and quickly clear the dimensional spaces in this area. I have a mission." Han Jiangxue's face stiffened, and she was about to say something when Jiang Shao raised his hand to stop her. "Listen to my orders, execute." His tone was exactly the same as second last's. It wasn't that Jiang Shao didn't want to bring his teammates along, but rather, at this critical juncture, a large number of Arrow Mountain spaces had been opened in the base camp of the Guardians of the Night and were still advancing towards the south. If they were to fail, they would be in big trouble. As he spoke, Jiang Shao had already flashed away. "Flash slowly. I'm locating." After flashing twice in a row, Jiang Shao heard the voice in the invisible earpiece again. Jiang Zhao's body stopped. After a while, the intermittent signal came back. "Continue." Jiang Shao teleported to the northwest again and then stopped, waiting for second last to use the invisible earpiece she was wearing to locate him using the satellite. While waiting, Jiang Shao asked, "What's the situation?" Second last said, "The other party is no longer able to clear a large number of Arrow Mountain dimensional spaces. They can only defend the front line and leave all the problems to us." Jiang Shao felt extremely uncomfortable after hearing her words. He had experienced the same thing several times last night, but Jiang Shao always rebuked him. "Damn it, do your own things. What's the point of pushing the blame? If you really think you can't do it, ask for help. You want to hold on, but you don't want to ask for help. Instead, you want others to solve the problem for you. Isn't driving the Arrow Mountain Clan to China considered an aggressive behavior on another level?" Jiang Shao clenched his fists and thought to himself, "Damn it, I have to teach the soldiers of our friendly neighboring countries a lesson." I recommend a book called "I'm Really Not the Second Generation Immortal" for those who are interested. Chapter 1038. 50 kilometers to the north. That's about it, second last said again. Jiang Shao quickly flashed and teleported twice to the top of a tower on a messy battlefield. However, the scene below made Jiang Zhao's expression change. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a bloodbath, because there were corpses of the Arrow Mountain Clan everywhere. Judging from the chaos on the battlefield, the white-feathered arrow spirit should be the culprit. The messy battlefield was still manageable, but the problem was that the ground below had already been filled with green mist. Clearly, it was the Arrow Mountain clan's arrows of plague. Judging from the range of the poisonous mist, the soldiers of the Guardians had already been resisting in such a battlefield environment for a long time. One by one, they stepped on the purification halo and shuttled through the purification fog, fighting valiantly and bombarding the north with various output star techniques. However, they still could not stop the army from charging forward. In the Star Warriors world, the pollution-type star techniques were naturally inferior to the purifying star techniques. Not only could most of the low-quality purifying star techniques purify high-quality pollution-type star techniques, but the purification effect was also very good and the time required was also very short. However, despite the purification of the fog and halo, the green poisonous mist of the arrows of plague still spread all over the battlefield. Hence, it was obvious how many members of the Arrow Mountain clan had launched an attack. There were still some similarities between a battle involving tens of thousands of people and a one-on-one battle. Once one party gained momentum, it would be extremely difficult to stop the other party's momentum. This kind of situation was even more obvious in a war with a large number of people. Under such inertia, the endless stream of Arrow Mountain clan members would be able to completely disperse the Guardians with their sheer numbers, regardless of their level and offensive power. In terms of the star power realm and physical strength of the soldiers, the Guardians were indeed weaker than the Wasteland Reclaimers, the Guardians of the Night, and the Mountain-Shattering Army. The rain of fire, fire tornadoes, fire pillars, and fire winds could not resist the endless stream of arrows. The white-feathered arrow spirit's bombardment arrow, the poison-feathered arrow spirit's plague arrow, the blue-feathered arrow spirit's giant arrow, the black-feathered arrow spirit's 7 stars chain arrow, and the assault arrow spirit's penetrating arrow and armor-piercing arrow. On the tragic battlefield, there were soldiers dying all the time. Defend. Stand still, all of you. Back off. Don't get poisoned. Medic, where's my purification halo? Don't retreat a single step. How many of our brothers are still in the Arrow Mountain? Once we retreat, once they come out, they will die. Request fire support. Commander, the situation is out of control. Firepower support my ass. Don't you want the brothers that went in? Then we rumble, the drizzle fell, and then immediately turned into a moderate rain. Just like the Guardian's medical support, Jiang Shao dared not turn on the tear-cleansing rain too much, let alone turn it on to the level of a rainstorm. If Jiang Shao turned on the purification mist, it would interfere with his vision. Similarly, if Jiang Shao turned on the tear cleanser to the storm level, it would also interfere with his vision. For the Arrow Mountain tribe, who always had the advantage in numbers, the human soldiers needed vision more. To Jiang Shao, the lives of his comrades were the most important. In a chaotic battlefield, no one noticed the person standing on the tower. However, the heavy rain made everyone notice his existence. The tears-cleansing rain fell rapidly, trying hard to extinguish the thick green poisonous fog. The symptoms of the paralyzed soldiers quickly worsened. Ring, 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 ring. A series of bells rang incessantly, and a leaping wave of medical light was extremely dazzling under the dark clouds in the sky. It divided into 3, and then 9. Bells rang out, quickly weaving a dense net of healing. Not a single person from the Guardian army was left behind, and every single person was taken care of. What was more terrifying was that the Arrow Mountain tribe that was everywhere did not receive the favor bell. Not a single one. What quality of bell is this? What quality of imprint is this? What level of reinforcements are they? In fact, when the soldiers of the Guardians found out that there was only one person in the reinforcements, they had already guessed the strength of the other party. The rain of tears, the miraculous bell, and the dense healing net that covered the entire battlefield had indirectly informed all the soldiers about the strength of the medical awakened Star Warrior who had arrived. The soldier who was dragging his crippled leg pulled out the star power arrow from his thigh and watched as the wound healed rapidly. The soldier who had fallen to the ground and was vomiting blood quickly regained his focus. He struggled to get up and staggered as he walked. His movements became smoother and smoother. What was even more terrifying was that after the bell rang, a Guardian Army soldier whose body was half buried in the soil was already on the verge of death. However, the soldier who stepped into the gate of death suddenly opened his eyes and sucked in a breath of cold air. He clawed at the wet, muddy ground with one hand and slowly climbed out. Such a scene was happening in every corner of the battlefield. One by one, the soldiers who had fallen to the ground stood up shakily. They looked around in confusion, only to realize that they were still on the battlefield. The scenes before their death seemed to be imprinted in their minds, but their broken bodies seemed to have been completely healed. Ring, 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 ring. The crisp and melodious sound of bell, accompanied by the weaved healing net, was still jumping frantically on the battlefield, attracting the bewildered soldiers. Wherever the bell passed, the screams and roars of the humans disappeared. The only sounds left were the roars of the Arrow Mountain tribe, as well as the sounds of weapons, arrows, and star techniques colliding. What level of medical assistance can completely heal the body and heart of an army in just a few seconds? The chaotic battlefield seemed to have quieted down, leaving only the silent battle movements and the faces of the soldiers who were looking for opportunities to look up secretly. For some reason, the Arrow Mountain tribe that was sprinting in the north seemed to be in chaos, and for some reason, the momentum of the enemy's advance slowed down. However, he heard the figure in the cloak, standing in the sky, speak. Light-chasing Feather Brigade, 9 tails. It was just a short sentence, but all the information was clear and clear. The people of the Light-chasing Feather Brigade, the team that guards the border and has the highest combat power in Dajang Province. With a sullen expression, Jiang Xiao continued. Everyone, listen up, retreat. At this moment, no one questioned the identity of the black-cloaked man, nor did anyone question his decision. The soldiers looked up at the figure in the sky, and some of them also saw Jiang Zhao's face and recognized the young man who had appeared on the international stage many times. Under the bell, the soldiers had an incomparably calm heart. They were willing to listen to the order, and their feet involuntarily retreated. The soldiers who were still fighting with the Arrow Mountain tribe quickly broke away from the battlefield. They used all kinds of methods to quickly get rid of their opponents and retreated. They used kicks, shoulder strikes, and fire pillars to topple the star beasts. Jiang Xiao stood in the sky and looked into the distance. He stared at the Arrow Mountain tribe from afar. He also saw the crisscrossed and densely packed space gates. The Arrow Mountain tribe fell out of the gates and the holy ground, but before they could figure out what was going on, they simply drifted with the flow and followed the large number of people who were surging towards the south. Jiang Xiao swept his gaze across the chaotic battlefield and looked through the arrows of various colors. From afar, he saw another group of soldiers in a chaotic formation on the mountain in the distance. Even though Jiang Zhao's vision was blocked, the range of the tear field covered the opposite camp. They were using a special star technique to evacuate the masses. To be exact, they were driving the Arrow Mountain tribe away. And this momentum should have come from there. Jiang Zhao's tear field was drenched in the relatively flat area between the two mountains. Countless people of the Arrow Mountain tribe either fell to the ground, knelt on the ground, cried bitterly, or attacked indiscriminately. That scene obviously attracted the attention of the opposite side. A bearded man in martial attire, holding a longbow in his hand, quickly flew up and stood on the distant horizon. His sharp, eagle-like eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the layers of rain and stare at Jiang Xiao. He knocked his bow and shot several white-feathered arrows in a row. They quickly froze in the air and rained down. The range of the arrows was particularly ingenious. Even at this time, he was still not destroying the Arrow Mountain tribe's forces. Instead, he let the arrows explode on the left and right sides of the Arrow Mountain tribe's army and diagonally behind them. His actions were undoubtedly driving the Arrow Mountain tribe to continue moving south. However, to his surprise, the Arrow Mountain tribe that was wailing and wailing on the plain didn't panic. They didn't get up and flee. They cherished their lives. At this moment, it seemed like they didn't care about anything else. The bearded man looked up at the cloudy sky and then lowered his head to look at the distant horizon. He looked at the person who was also floating in the sky and was willing to be a target. Yes, if one dared to fly in the air in front of the Arrow Mountain tribe, one must have some ability. Anyone, even if they were the Starsea Shield, would definitely not be able to return in front of the thousands of Arrow Mountain tribe members. The bearded man dared to fly in the air now because the group of star beasts under his feet had already gained momentum. The Arrow Mountain star beasts followed the crowd and continued to rush towards the south. But when he saw the little black dot stretch out its hand, the bearded man was shocked and seemed to have realized who the other party was. A huge creature quietly appeared and slowly swam in the air. The ethereal cry of a whale was so melodious that it seemed to be coming from the sky. It was faintly discernible as it floated under the cloudy sky. Once this creature appeared, coupled with the sudden heavy rain, the bearded man understood that the other party's support was the so-called Chinese poisonous healer and legendary assistant. The bearded man, like the others, had seen the little poisonous healer on TV and on the World Cup stage. He didn't expect to see him in person on the battlefield. Humph! The bearded man snorted coldly. However, he didn't know if this kid's reputation was greater than his strength. After walking out of the arena and entering the battlefield, he wondered if this kid could still destroy the world like before. Chapter 1039. The bearded man thought to himself, judging from the current situation, the Arrow Mountain tribe is behaving strangely. It should be the effect of this kid's tears of sorrow. But given the current situation on the battlefield, even if he is the leader of the new generation, I'm afraid he can't go against the heavens and change his fate. The only way is to abandon the Tashan area and retreat tens of kilometers to get out of the border between the two countries. Then, they can ask the country for support and artillery fire to destroy the Arrow Mountain tribe. When the frequency of the dimensional space opening decreases, they can break in and destroy it. That's the right choice. It's good for you and for us. The bearded man looked coldly at the black and white candle whale in the distant sky and thought to himself. He thought it was the best choice. But obviously, the little toxic healer standing in the distant sky didn't think so. There were many members of the Arrow Mountain tribe who fell on the way. They were ambushed by the tears of sorrow and were at a loss. On a mountain where Jiang Shao was, there were no tears of sorrow or rain because there were not only members of the Arrow Mountain tribe, but also their comrades. Countless soldiers finally escaped and could finally give the creature in front of them a fatal blow. Because with a whale's cry, countless members of the Arrow Mountain tribe looked up almost at the same time and saw the creature that posed the greatest threat to them. Jiang Shao was already prepared. He directly flashed to the side of the buzzing whale and then flashed with it. Not only did the man and the whale avoid the arrows that filled the sky, but Jiang Shao also sent the buzzing whale to the north of the Tashan base camp. This position and this angle are good enough. Tide, charge! Jiang Shao thought to himself. Of course, the buzzing whale knew what Jiang Shao was going to do. With the help of the rain, a 20-meter-high wave was quietly formed in the overwhelming rain of arrows from the north. No, it was not a wave, but a tsunami. The huge waves also covered the sky and the earth as they surged towards the north. Buzz! The dense rain of arrows coming from the north was blocked and broken by the huge tide. They were swept up together and rushed towards the north. Jiang Shao directly flashed over. With the help of the tear of sorrow and the sea-devouring robe, he stood on the 20-meter-high tsunami. Walking on waves? That was an accurate description, but it wasn't enough. Jiang Shao immediately activated sorrowful torrential rain along with the tsunami. From behind, the humming whale swam over quickly and activated the star technique tide 3 more times, quickly strengthening the impact of the tsunami and replenishing the water of star power, making the impact even more ferocious. The tsunami was already more than 20 meters tall, but after the humming whale's reinforcement, it even rose to more than 30 meters tall. As for the other two huge tsunami waves, they were clearly layered as they chased after the tsunami wave in front of them. In a mental connection with Jiang Shao, the humming whale had already received an order to activate the tides, but it could only follow them from afar, because the position where Jiang Shao was stepping on the waves had clearly become a dividing line formed by the torrential rain. Layers upon layers of tears poured down like a torrential downpour, merging into the mighty tsunami. Wherever the tide passed, it left a mess, leaving behind only a drizzle. Meanwhile, the sea tide continued to push forward. The torrential rain was also constantly moving, pushing its way forward. The massive and terrifying tsunami wave that seemed like it was the end of the world headed all the way north. It rushed out of the mountains and rushed down to the foot of the mountain, flattening the densely packed Arrow Mountain clan members. It was unstoppable and destructive. That person, that whale, that tsunami, that torrential rain, it went on for more than 10 kilometers, rushing towards the north without any hesitation. Countless sacred grounds were directly crushed, and the sorrowful tears tide poured into the gates of the different dimensional spaces. Any member of the Arrow Mountain tribe that came into contact with the water immediately hid far away. They no longer dared to brave the surging seawater and try to break through the spatial gate. As the Arrow Mountain clan members were beheaded on Tashin, the Guardians stood at the top of the mountain and watched the scene of the surging waves, their hearts trembling violently. Is that God Pai? That Jiang Xiaopi from the national team? Nonsense, don't you know Nine-Tailed? Where is he going? What kind of star technique is this? This star beast. Oh my God, oh my God. If we go forward, we'll be crossing the line. We can't go any further. Go to hell. Roll over. Damn it. That's right. How many times have they tripped us up? In the distant horizon, the bearded man riding on a Pegasus suddenly changed his expression. He really didn't expect that the contestant who wielded his sword and spear in the arena would be so strong. This overwhelming situation, which had already shown the inertia of the impact, was right there. Even if you gather a row of Star Ocean archmages and stood on the top of a mountain, throwing ice roars and fire vortexes, you wouldn't be able to break this momentum. But that young man? A tsunami of this level was no different from a natural disaster. No matter how many soldiers there were, they would still be scattered. No matter how great the momentum was, it could still be contained. No matter how arrogant you were, you would still be able to extinguish them. %yen hashtag at yen%. The bearded man hurriedly shouted something. Even though the distance between the two armies was at least tens of kilometers, the situation was not right. Following the bearded man's shout, 17 soldiers dressed in military uniforms and riding Pegasi flew over. A total of 18 archers drew their bows and shot arrows, quickly planning the direction of the Arrow Mountain tribe. The Wind Series star techniques continuously blew and pushed the Arrow Mountain tribe who were kneeling on the ground and crying. The bombardment arrows blocked all the Arrow Mountain tribe's way forward, almost turning the two sides of the mountain into a dense bombardment zone, leaving only two clear paths in the front and back. The path at the back had to be left open. The Great Ming Empire could not only take care of themselves, but also the vanguard. There were countless dimensional spaces in the rear, which was also the territory of the Great Ming Empire. There were also new doors that opened one after another. The Arrow Mountain tribe had to be driven out by the army at the back. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. As the saying went, 8 immortals crossed the sea, each showing their own abilities. However, no matter how hard the 18 cavalrymen of the Great Ming Empire tried, they still couldn't drive the Arrow Mountain tribe south. The bearded man couldn't help but shudder in fear. This kid's tears of sorrow is actually so powerful. It's not just killing people, it's also destroying their hearts. But the soldiers on the mountain, including the bearded man himself, didn't feel any tears of sorrow at all. What's going on? Isn't this a bit too strange? The bearded man couldn't help but watch as the other party stepped on the waves with a monstrous momentum and approached the border inch by inch. The bearded man suddenly knocked his bow and pulled an arrow. His sharp eyes stared at the youth stepping on the top of the waves. His voice couldn't travel that far, but his actions, his eyes, and his determination could. What the bearded man didn't expect was that the youth with the giant whale behind him and the tsunami under his feet didn't have the slightest intention of restraining himself. Instead, he seemed to be encouraging him. Encouraging what? The bearded man's expression turned gloomy and solemn. He realized what the other party was encouraging him to do. Maybe he was even waiting for him to do something. The more he thought about it, the uglier the bearded man's expression became. His hands were tightly gripping the arrow and the tendon string. He used too much force, causing his palms to tremble. The silent confrontation took place in just a few seconds. He didn't know what was waiting for him, but he knew that if the other party didn't stop and let the whale push the tsunami over, the entire mountain would be crushed. The team below would suffer, and the defense camp that had already been formed would probably be crushed. Do we have to fight? The other party's tears were not shed on us at all. If a battle were to break out, we would definitely be the ones to make the first move. Was the young man, standing on top of the tsunami, waiting for this moment? Activating a control type, star technique? Starting a war? Or is it a defensive interception? The bearded man's expression was gloomy and constantly changing as he stared at Jiang Shao, who was wearing a cloak. Boom! The earth-shattering sounds continued, and the tsunami crushed the bodies of the Arrow Mountain clan members. It also crushed everything in its path. The mountain rocks were shattered, and the waves were pouring down. The layer of dense and suffocating rainstorm was still like a dividing line that moved towards Beijing along with Jiang Zhao's body and the waves under his feet. %yen hashtag! The bearded man hollered, and the 18 of them quickly put away their bows. Finally, he made up his mind. The bearded man loosened his grip, and the hand holding the bow dropped down. Huh! Jiang Shao sneered in his heart, and his figure flickered. At the same time, the man and the whale disappeared in the waves. Although they had lost the control of the buzzing whale, the momentum and inertia of the tsunami were not that easy to restrain. The layers of waves were still surging, shaking the mountains and crushing the rocks. They were unstoppable. Batches after batches of the Arrow Mountain clan were swept towards the north under the impact of the waves and torrents. Does it seem like they're giving away star beads? It doesn't matter. Anyway, they're still on the national border, and I could just get them back later. The key was that the Arrow Mountain clan were not fools in the face of such a natural disaster. They had originally rushed down from the mountains and had an excellent view. The momentum of the vanguard army was completely suppressed, and the Arrow Mountain clan that rushed down from the mountains did not receive the baptism of tears. Their intelligence and desire to survive were still there. In a very short period of time, the situation changed completely. The Arrow Mountain clan, which had two faces, shouted loudly to the rear in their language and quickly ran towards the territory of the Great Ming Empire. It was a blessing from God to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. That attribute existed in every living creature. The vanguard army of the Arrow Mountain clan collided with the clansmen that surged from the rear and got into a mess. The army stationed on the opposite mountain was completely enraged. The Arrow Mountain clan had intelligence, but they were also ferocious. If they didn't communicate well, it would be a life-and-death battle. In such a chaotic battlefield, who would be willing to stand in their way of survival? Clansmen? No. Humans? Definitely not. At the same time, on Mount Huaxia, a group of soldiers looked at the behemoth that had quietly appeared and floated in the light rain. They saw a figure sliding down from the side of the giant torch whale and slowly floating down. He then stopped in midair and said, "Reorganize the camp, clean up the battlefield, destroy the space, and do whatever you have to do." Jiang Shao stood in the air and looked at the battlefield in the distance. He looked at the majestic three-layered tsunami that swallowed the mountains and rivers. He enunciated each word clearly. I'll stay here and guard you. Jiang Shao didn't believe it. He wanted to see who was opposite him. How dare they be so presumptuous? The black and white torch whale has leveled up. Diamond grade level 3. Jiang Shao was confused. What's going on? Did the humming whale level up? Since when could astral pets level up on their own? Besides, wasn't the humming whale at diamond grade level 1? Why did it go straight to level 3? Was it the new effect of the internal star map? Jiang Shao, who had been fighting continuously, putting out fires everywhere, and constantly breaking the space, finally had the time to look at his internal star map as a gatekeeper. Of course, Jiang Zhao's gatekeeper should be the best in the world, because the gate that Jiang Shao was guarding was the National Gate, seeking monthly votes to support the gatekeeper toxic healer. Chapter 1040. Jiang Shao put away the humming whale and flashed into the tower, quietly guarding the National Gate. The soldiers of the Guardian Army began to destroy the door of the dimensional space on the border in an orderly manner. From time to time, some of the soldiers would look up at the figure standing proudly. The eyes of the soldiers were filled with admiration and gratitude, especially those who had been dragged back from the gates of hell. Their gratitude could not be expressed in words. However, no one disturbed Jiang Shao. Every time the soldiers saw Jiang Shao standing there quietly, they would feel especially confident. One person might not be able to guard the gate. However, he alone could become the backing of an entire army. What does it mean to stabilize the situation? What does it mean to support the collapse of a building? On the top of the tower, Jiang Shao, who was paying attention to the situation in the distance, was also reading his internal star map. Star Power Realm. Starfall Level 2. Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up. Starfall Level 2? It seems that my physical fitness has already caught up and the comprehension of star transformation has taken up too much of my time, causing me to be stuck in my realm. Hence, I'm now in a situation where I'm accumulating strength. It was January 2020 and Jiang Shao, who was born in the millennium, had just celebrated his birthday. At this moment, he was already 19 years old. To be precise, he should be 19 years and a few days old. After all, his birthday was too young as it was on December 28th. According to the customs of Jiang Zhao's hometown, Jiang Shao should be 20 years old at this moment. Of course, no one cared about his so-called birthday. Jiang Shao had been carrying out missions and had no time to care about that. Even when Jiang Shao was in school a few years ago, he had never celebrated his birthday. Jiang Shao wasn't the only one, neither was little Jiang Xue. That might be the custom of the Han family, or ever since her parents passed away, Han Jiang Xue had never been willing to celebrate her birthday and had never mentioned it. On the contrary, the siblings would always take it very seriously. That might be a little biased. It should be said that all Chinese people took the Lunar New Year very seriously. Speaking of which, it was already the beginning of January and the Lunar New Year was approaching. Jiang Shao wondered if this year's Lunar New Year's Eve would be as warm as before. Or would Jiang Shao still have time to spend it with his family? Back to business. Training was very important, but as a human, it was impossible to escape the laws of nature. At Jiang Zhao's age, his body was growing rapidly, and it was also the time when his hardware facilities could keep up with his star power realm. If possible, Jiang Shao hoped that his body could reach the age of 25 to 29 years old, just like second last current age. That's the peak age of the human body, right? He had matured in all aspects. At present, Jiang Shao could only be considered a chick that was growing healthily. While thinking about it, Jiang Shao looked at the second section of the internal star map, Star Techniques. It would have been fine if he didn't look at it, but after looking at it, Jiang Shao was a little dumbfounded. The words LV0 appeared behind all the star techniques of star quality. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. A world-destroying qualitative change. At the level of star quality, the sublevels would disappear, which meant that star techniques were already of the highest quality. But after the internal star map was upgraded, the minor levels returned. What does that mean? After Jiang Shao entered the galaxy stage and could turn stars into weapons, the quality of stars was no longer the highest. What's on it? All of a sudden, Xia Yin screamed in Jiang Zhao's head. Big, colorful diamond. Jiang Shao couldn't help but shiver and think. Please don't let it be a big colored diamond. Star quality is so high. Don't let it fall. At this moment, in the internal star map, apart from Bell, Imprint, Nostalgia, and Dawn, finally become dependent, which were of diamond quality level 0, all the other star techniques were of star quality level 0. Jiang Shao was overjoyed. The higher the quality of the star techniques, the better the effects of the star techniques. What will blessing evolve into? What about the space-time gap? Where can it teleport to? Can it really make Jiang Shao a true lawless fanatic? What about the calamity ruins? To what extent can it be expanded? Besides, most importantly, earthly light. Will it be able to give Jiang Shao a few more usable star maps? Wow. The more Jiang Shao thought about it, the more excited he got. It's so comfortable. Jiang Shao thought about it happily while looking at the third section of the basic techniques below. Hand-to-hand combat, gold quality, level 3. 2. Star power abundance, gold quality, level 13. Dagger mastery, gold quality, level 54. Xiao family swordsmanship, diamond quality, level 25. Bow and arrow mastery, gold quality, level 86. Halberd mastery, platinum quality, level 37. Battle blade mastery, brass quality, level 4. Jiang Shao nodded repeatedly. It seemed that his combat skills had made great progress, especially in bow and arrow mastery. With a little more strength, he would be able to use his skill points. Soon, Jiang Shao would be able to use the withering bow star map to turn the stars into weapons. In that case, long-range explosive output would be just around the corner. The only thing that Jiang Shao couldn't stand was star power abundance. From the beginning to the end, star power abundance had not been upgraded much. Most of the time, Jiang Shao had to use his own skill points to upgrade it. Jiang Zhao's various basic techniques had made great progress, except for star power abundance, which was still stuck at gold quality level 1. Something's wrong. Why does it seem like there's an additional basic technique? Jiang Shao froze for a moment and thought, Battle Sword Mastery? What's this? When did I learn Battle Sword Mastery? Brass quality? Are you pulling down the average value? How do you have the cheek to stay in the list of basic techniques of the Toxic Healer? This Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Is this the basic technique that Jiang Shao activated when he controlled Martha's body to train? Martha's star map was a battle sword. Of course, Martha, who was at the peak of the galaxy stage, had already broken through the stars into weapons and used it during the World Cup. However, Martha was Martha and Jiang Shao was Jiang Shao. Martha had already died and left behind a body. She did not impart everything she had learned to Jiang Shao. When Jiang Shao controlled Martha to fight, he also followed Martha's combat habits and used a weapon that was compatible with her battle sword star map, the battle sword. It seemed that Jiang Shao had activated and trained this basic technique in the process of controlling Martha. But Jiang Shao felt a little upset. Is there a need to be so clear? Aren't battle swords and daggers similar? Although the appearance is different, the usage is similar, right? Jiang Shao scratched his head. Based on his superficial knowledge, he felt that the usage of battle swords and daggers was not much different. Maybe, as the level of the basic technique increased, the difference in usage would become more and more obvious. Jiang Shao continued to look down, only to be shocked by what he saw. The astral pets on the fourth plate had all improved to a certain extent. Among them, the black and white candle had grown the least. It had not changed at all and was still at platinum level 0. Of course, since Jiang Shao needed the black and white candle to level up to increase the number of targets it could attach to, Jiang Shao had used his skill points to increase the rank and realm of the black and white candle. Judging from this alone, the black and white candle, which should have been at the brass rank, had grown the most. After all, it was a platinum rank creature. The data displayed by the elder-level humming bear made Jiang Shao burst with joy. Jiang Xiao had taken Enying Bear to participate in the Elite Astral Pet Trainer Invitational Tournament and had also taken it to participate in various battlefields. It could be said that they had fought all over the place and had made great achievements. Now, this confused national treasure, Bamboo Bear, turned out to be Platinum Level 6. Oh my god, it has so many experience points stored directly from Platinum LV 1 to LV 6? That's 5,000 skill points. Jiang Zhao's Adam's apple moved, and he felt like he had picked up money. Below, the humming whale's rank had also reached Diamond Level 3. According to the Diamond rank, it would take 10,000 skill points to upgrade a small rank. That would be 20,000 skill points. To be honest, the humming whale had many highlights, but in general, the number of battles it had participated in was far less than that of the Bamboo Bear. In that case, the humming whale should have gained credit for its own growth and training. Of course, although its rank had grown, the quality of its star techniques was still the same as before. Thinking about it, star techniques were different from the body and could not be improved through training. Jiang Xiao could only rely on his skill points. But that was enough. Why would he need a bicycle? The black and white candle soul, sea-devouring robe, was also Diamond Level 3. When Jiang Xiao was absorbing the soul of the sea devourer, he kept an eye on it. When it was in its wild state, he infused the soul of the sea devourer to the diamond quality before absorbing it. It seemed that the sea-devouring robe that had been with Jiang Xiao for a long time had also improved greatly. The two-star pets saved Jiang Xiao tens of thousands of skill points. As he became stronger in the future, he would definitely save more skill points. Yes, very strong. The more Jiang Xiao looked at it, the happier he was. The internal star map had finally unified the standards of pets and wild star beasts. Why did he say that? After Jiang Xiao absorbed a star pet, the rank of the star pet had already been fixed and it could only be upgraded with skill points. It would not be improved through training. However, wild star beasts, as well as other star pets, could become stronger and grow on their own through continuous training and hard work. A typical example was Jiang Zhao's by Shan Shuyu. Second last star pet, Xiao Xiao, was only of the platinum quality when she absorbed it as a star pet. However, after a long period of training, Jiang Xiao managed to upgrade Xiao Xiao to the diamond quality in the following days. That had already proved that second last star beast was in a state of continuous growth. However, there was a limit to the growth of all star beasts. One was a platinum quality creature and would only be able to reach the peak of the platinum quality, unable to break through the shackles of the quality. Jiang Xiao, on the other hand, could use the countercurrent light to forcefully inject star power to break through the shackles of the star pet and improve its rank. If Jiang Xiao absorbed Xiao Xiao, its rank would definitely be fixed at Platinum Quality Level 1. If it didn't use skill points, Xiao Xiao might not even be upgraded. Now, the internal star map had been upgraded to a unified standard. Good. Very good. Very good. Henceforth, Jiang Zhao's star pets would continue to grow through training, just like their own kind. That saved Jiang Xiao a lot of expenses. Speaking of expenses, Jiang Xiao continued to look down at the fifth panel and was a little dumbfounded when he saw a string of numbers. After the World Cup, his skill points were fixed at 77880. After Jiang Xiao advanced to the Starfall stage and closed the internal star map, Jiang Xiao didn't stay idle. He carried out many difficult missions and gained 2 more medals. He got a full moon medal for exploring the Dragon Cave. He got another full moon medal for hunting down bays and reporting information about the Star Organization to his superiors. As for the medal that Jiang Xiao got for destroying the undersea bookstore in Ludong Province and solving the worldwide crisis, it hadn't been distributed yet. However, 2 full moon medals were equivalent to 60,000 skill points. Together with the previous skill points, he had a total of 137,880. Jiang Xiao murmured and looked at the numbers on the internal star map. He was extremely excited. He had never seen such a huge sum of money. After the 2 World Cups, Jiang Xiao had millions of savings due to the rewards from various parties. However, Zhang Baiwan didn't care about the money at all. Skill points were completely different. He looked at the skill points and counted softly. The more he counted, the more his voice trembled. 100,000 brother, father top. Chapter 1041. Jiang Shao glanced at the internal star map and then looked at the huge sum of money in his arms. He thought about it and felt that he could make up for it. What's the most important thing at the moment? According to the current situation on Earth, the star technique tides of the humming whale was the only thing that could greatly increase Jiang Zhao's strength in a short period of time. At this moment, the humming whale's star technique, tides, was platinum quality level 1. It could create a massive tide that was at least 20 meters tall when it was set off for the first time. If the humming whale worked even harder, it would be able to raise the tide to 30 meters. However, what if the star technique was upgraded to diamond quality? Would it be more powerful in terms of manifestation? Would the water of star power contained in the star technique make the torrent more impactful? Would it be able to add more turbulence to the disaster-like tsunami? The most important thing was that improving the quality of the star technique could not be done through training and could only be done through skill points. Hence, there was no concept of waste. Points. For myself, for my comrades, and for the National Gate. Jiang Shao secretly made up his mind and began to bleed. He threw in 9,000 skill points, and the humming whale's star technique, tides, was upgraded to diamond quality level 0. Jiang Shao carefully looked at the introduction, trying to find a difference. Tides set off monstrous waves that cause a devastating blow to the target. Diamond quality level 0. There was no difference, but it didn't matter. You get what you pay for. I'll just test it out in the future. Jiang Shao looked into the distance at the chaotic battlefield in the distance and smirked. If the other party still dared to act rashly, it would be great for him to test it out here. His skill points immediately became 128880. TSK. This number is quite auspicious. I originally wanted to increase the strength of the humming bear, but I don't want to do it now. The humming bear was dumbfounded. Well, indeed, as a veteran, the humming bear star techniques were silver and gold quality. It was indeed unable to keep up with the pace. Point. Humming bear, continue to follow me and fight. Logically speaking, if Jiang Shao could add Xia Yin into the star pet section, he would also want to add her silver quality star techniques. Impact, coldness, brightness. I don't need to order these, Jiang Shao thought to himself. For all the pets that relied on it, the 3-star techniques would follow Little Candle. As long as Little Candle's star technique was improved, the 3-star techniques of the other star pets would all be improved in quality. So negative? Jiang Zhao's hands trembled, and he almost upgraded his negative state. What's the point of being negative? Do you think Mewling Bear isn't lazy enough? You think it can't sleep? You think it can't be eaten? Round Bamboo, let's go gold quality level 1, platinum quality level 0, illusory bamboo, shadow, smash the ground, AoE skill. Bear Fat, gold quality LV. 1, platinum quality LV, 0, defensive skill. Reflects some physical attacks. Passive skill doesn't need to be activated. Progenitor's Body, gold quality level 1, platinum quality level 0, ancestor's body. Platinum consume a large amount of astral power to summon the ancestor's body and enlarge the body for 5 to 5 meters. Enhance all attributes except speed and agility. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Upon sight of this, Jiang Shao was shocked. That was the biggest change in the introduction of all the star techniques. The gold quality ancestor's body clearly stated that the ancestor's body would be activated at the cost of sacrificing attributes such as speed and agility. Now, the introduction of the star technique had completely changed. Although it still did not increase speed, agility, and other related attributes, it did not decrease them either. That was a very important qualitative change. Jiang Shao was secretly delighted and continued to look down, only to realize that the introduction of the star technique had not changed much. Introduction of Mewling Bear star technique. See Chapter 602 for details. Faith of the Bear Clan, Gold Quality Level 1, Platinum Quality Level 0. Summons 3 to 5 bamboo bears. Iron-eating mythical, Gold Quality Level 1, Platinum Quality Level 0. Roar, causes the target to tremble in fear. 4, 500 skill points. It's gone just like that. I've been spending money like water. Damn, it feels great. Is this what it feels like for a woman to swipe her card while shopping? But why do I have to use my own card while everyone else uses their husband's card? Can't I be a gigolo? There's no female warrior in this world who also has an internal star map for me to swipe her skill points? Forget it, I'd better not. Let's not swipe someone else's card and let them not have an internal star map. Yes, that's reasonable, although the introduction of some of the star techniques did not change much. Jiang Shao believed that when Mewling Bear used it, the effects would definitely be extraordinary and would be greatly different from the previous star techniques. At the thought of this, Jiang Shao felt a little itchy. He couldn't help but look at the battlefield in the distance again and at the chaotic military camp on the opposite mountain. Jiang Shao couldn't help but blame himself. It's over. I used too much force just now. The other party doesn't dare to act rashly anymore. I should have held back a little just now. I should have given them the courage to provoke again. In that case, I can also test out the humming whale and mewling bear on the soldiers of the Great Ming Empire. Wouldn't that be great? Jiang Shao secretly felt that it was a pity while looking at the other star pets. The star techniques of the sea-devouring robe were all of platinum quality, which was above the standard. Hence, there was no need to upgrade them for the time being. However, Little Candle's 3-star techniques were Collision, Gold Quality Level 0, Iciness, Silver Quality Level 0, and Brightness. Candlelight, Silver Quality Level 0. They look rather glaring. They're both Silver Quality and Gold Quality. That doesn't match the vibe of a Diamond Jiang Laowu. Since I can't be a Diamond Jiang Laowu for the time being, I'd rather be a Platinum Jiang Laowu. I'll just use them. Since I have nothing better to do, I might as well spend some money. As a toxic healer of China, I really hope that all Chinese people can have a day like me. Since I have nothing better to do, I might as well spend some money. After spending 3,200 skill points, the introduction remained the same. Collision, Rampage, Platinum Quality Level 0, Iciness, Platinum Quality Level 0, Brightness. Candlelight, Platinum Quality Level 0. Although that was the case, the 3,200 skill points were probably worth it for Jiang Shao. Apart from Little Candle, all the other star pets that Little Candle relied on had their 3-star techniques all become Platinum Quality Level 0 on their star technique panels. How comfortable! Hence, the 4th panel of the internal star map looked much better. At a glance, it was filled with platinum and diamonds. There were no longer any star techniques of lower quality. Of course, there was still a special star technique that was rather eye-catching. That was the negative star technique of Humming Bear, which was still of silver quality. It turned out that spending money could be addictive. Although Jiang Shao did not suffer from obsessive-compulsive disorder, he felt uncomfortable no matter how he looked at it. He really wanted to upgrade Humming Bear's silver quality negative star technique to platinum quality too. Although he was joking, Jiang Shao still held himself back. He was really afraid that if the negative star technique was upgraded, Humming Bear would become a useless bear. Now, Humming Bear was already in a state of eating and sleeping state. Without Little Candle's icy star technique, Humming Bear was basically the most leisurely child in the Calamity world. No one can disturb me when I'm sleeping or stop me from eating. Even the flower plate cow can't stop me from snatching milk from the baby cow. Jiang Shao was still considered human. The flower plate cow had 4 heads. When Jiang Shao milked it, he would leave 2 heads for the baby cow so that it could drink whatever it liked. Of course, the Humming Bear wasn't a bully, but its size was there, after all. Even if it only had 1 head in its mouth, it still occupied 4 spots on its furry, round head. The flower plate cow calf could be described with 3 words: weak, pitiful, and helpless. The baby calf watched helplessly as Humming Bear gobbled up the milk, but it had no idea where to start. Humming Bear also wanted to give up its space, but the conditions did not allow it. Fortunately, when Jiang Shao was a cow-stealing warrior, he had stolen a lot of cows from the purple fields of Guishi province. So, the baby calf could still find a place to eat. Since it could not drink its mother's milk, it could look for its second aunt. That was just a small matter. Such a small matter would definitely not hinder its growth. Hai Tianqing brought it to the river, stir-fried and boiled, served to the dining table. As someone who had been stationed in the Calamity World all year round, Jiang Shou would always feel craving whenever he thought of such things. How cruel. Jiang Shou especially liked to eat the stir-fried beef made by Father Hai. Fang Xingyun had already passed the confinement stage, so there was not even a hint of salt in the food. Fang Xingyun, who was so bland, had fallen madly in love with spicy food, which was extremely compatible with Jiang Shou's taste. The master and disciple could even eat 2 bowls of it with tears in their eyes. At the thought of this, Jiang Zhao's Adam's apple squirmed, and he swallowed his saliva. Although Jiang Shao had never eaten Father Hai's stir-fried beef, he was still the bait. Hence, Jiang Shao knew the taste of that divine dish. Jiang Shao shook his head vigorously and got rid of the messy thoughts in his mind. I'm guarding the door. Be serious. Jiang Shao looked at the battlefield and found that the scene on the other side was still the same. On China's side, Tashin was also methodically destroying the dimensional space. Jiang Shao nodded in his heart. The most gratifying thing was that Jiang Shao found that the frequency of the dimensional space opening on Tashin's side had obviously maintained a certain frequency and was no longer increasing. Although the current situation was still not very good, this was indeed a positive sign. He did not know if the situation at the line of defense where his tail feather team was located was the same. As he thought about it, Jiang Shao looked at his internal star map. There were still things that he could not bear to look at. Apart from the negative state, there was also the lowest quality, which was brass quality battle blade mastery. Jiang Shao was angry no matter how he looked at it. Since he had to lead Martha into battle, he might as well do it. However, using skill points on basic skills was a waste. After all, basic skills could be improved through Jiang Zhao's own training. On the basis of his previous addiction to spending money, Jiang Shao was rarely generous. Battle Blade Mastery, Brass Quality Level 4. Go! Battle Blade Mastery, Gold Quality Level 0. After putting in a lot of effort and making up his mind, Jiang Shao wasted 106 skill points to upgrade his swordsmanship mastery to Gold Quality Level 0. His skill points also increased to 121074. Okay, that's enough. After Gold Quality, the next upgrade would require 100 skill points per small level. I'd better train on my own. Should I test my star power realm? Rush to the peak of Starry Sea? Or half a step to the starry sky? TSK. This name sounds exciting. However, a few baits had just been formed and a series of precious star techniques, such as the space-time rift and calamity ruin, had just been set up. He even had the sea-devouring soul as his star pet. Besides, if he were to replace them, he would have to spend a few months to go to the foreign sphere and meet up with the team. In terms of the time cost alone, it was a very irrational behavior. Jiang Shou, who was in the Calamity Shadow world, definitely could not be reset. After all, Jiang Shou was the sea-devouring soul star map and had a slight connection with Bays in the foreign sphere. Once he was reset, Bays in the foreign sphere would really be AFK. I recommend The Age of Beauty to those who are interested. Chapter 1042. Jiang Shao thought about it again and decided to forget it. Although there seemed to be a lot of skill points, it wasn't easy to obtain them. Hence, he decided to save them and work hard on his own. While I'm in the prime of my life, I should fight more, train more, and grow stronger. According to Old He, the Starry Sky stage was a huge benefit for one's physical fitness to undergo a qualitative change. Since the Galaxy stage, it would be the second time that his physical fitness had skyrocketed. As a medical support, Jiang Shao did not expect his physical fitness to skyrocket. Jiang Shao would be satisfied as long as he could be like second last after the qualitative change and possess her explosive physique. He just hoped that she wouldn't slap him against the wall again when he sparred with her. While Jiang Shao was thinking about Second Last's voice sounded in the invisible earpiece. She said in a husky and magnetic voice, "Not bad." Jiang Shao pressed one hand on the invisible earpiece and said casually, "I'm not very capable. I just know how to suck up to people. That's why I'm like this now." However, Second Last didn't respond at all and simply said, "The overall situation seems to be that the frequency of the opening of the dimensional spaces at the border has reached its peak, and there are signs of a decline." Oh, Jiang Shao was overjoyed. Although the situation at Tashin was still not optimistic, Second Last was referring to the overall situation. In other words, the overall situation on the battlefield had turned for the better. Good, Jiang Shao said casually. Looking at the slightly chaotic Tashin, Jiang Shao thought about it and decided to summon the humming bear. After receiving the mission, Jiang Shao had made ample preparations before coming to the battlefield. He had brought all sorts of star pets with him. Jiang Shao instructed, "Little Candle, use the chili star technique." The bear, which was originally listless and limp, suddenly became energetic. It blinked and rubbed its face with its furry paws before looking around, only to discover that it was on the battlefield. After thinking about it, Jiang Shao removed the soul of the sea devourer from his body and threw it to the bear. "Go, put on its body and help it fight." The sea engulfing robe was very obedient and quickly floated to Ying Bear's body. Unfortunately, the 2-meter-long cloak could completely cover Jiang Zhao's body, but could not hide the massive body of Ying Bear. The bear's body length was also more than 2 meters. Most importantly, it was huge and could fit 2 to 3 Jiang Shaos. The sea-devouring robe had finally transformed from a cloak back into a trench coat. This combination also caused the soldiers in the battle to be slightly shocked. He saw a bamboo bear wearing a candlelight hat, burning with white flames, and a pitch-black loose windbreaker slowly stand up. As the pair of bear paws picked up a large illusory bamboo, Jiang Shao grinned and said, "Be careful, don't affect the soldiers." The baby bear also grinned and disappeared in an adorable manner. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Disappear? No, that's just an exaggeration. However, the platinum quality collision star technique was almost comparable to the brutal charge of the Shield of Europe, Neil, during the World Cup. The baby bear plunged toward the member of the Arrow Mountain clan, and before the illusory bamboo could hit him, the Arrow Mountain clan member was knocked away by the baby bear's furry head. Real fire arrow mallet. The headbutt was definitely powerful and heavy. Not only did the baby bear knock the arrow spirit off the cliff, but it also couldn't adapt to the strong impact. Due to the inertia, its huge body also rushed off the cliff. Huff! The sea engulfing robe fluttered and flew back to the edge of the cliff with the baby bear. Ing! The baby bear patted the clothes on its body with its furry paws and cheered happily. It then put the hood of the sea engulfing robe on its head and rubbed its furry face against the inside of the hood. The sea engulfing robe then quickly took off the hood and hung behind the baby bear. The baby bear blinked curiously and asked, "Ing?" The flame on the hat on its furry head suddenly became much brighter. It could be seen that the sea engulfing robe was still very warm, and it didn't want to cover the black and white flame. On the other hand, the flame was indeed a little cold. If it were to freeze the robe, who could they blame? Be careful, don't enter the dimensional space. Just stay outside and maintain order. Seeing this scene, Jiang Shao couldn't help but smile and raise his hand to shoot Bell to calm the star pets down. He also healed all the warriors on the battlefield. He leaned forward and placed his elbows on the railing in front of the tower. "Shall I guard here for a while longer?" "Guard, don't leave without my orders," Second Last said in a magnetic voice that was devoid of human emotions. Jiang Shao suddenly thought of something and said, "Next time, if you can't go to the battlefield personally, give me Hidden Dragon and Xiao Xiao. I'll bring them here to contribute." Without hesitation, Second Last said, "Now come to me." Jiang Shao was speechless. Second Last said, "Immediately." In a flash, Jiang Shao returned to second-last office at the headquarters of the Tail Feather Brigade in Ezhou City. He saw second last standing in front of the window. Upon seeing that Jiang Shao had returned, she tilted her head and said, "Bring them there." "All right." Jiang Shao moved in a flash and left wet footprints on the ground. He then appeared outside the window and rode on Xiao Xiao's back. The hidden dragon at the side had yet to leave its juvenile form. It seemed that dragons took a long time to grow. At this moment, the hidden dragon had already grown to a length of about 2 meters. Well, I should get a child ticket on the train. Jiang Shao rode on Xiao Xiao and hugged the almost transparent hidden dragon before flashing again. Jiang Zhao's reappearance gave the soldiers a great shock. What kind of star pets are these? The bamboo bear, the white flame hat, the trench coat, the Pegasus. These creatures, together with the huge whale from before, are probably all above platinum, right? That whale was probably more than platinum. Wait, God Pai seems to be carrying one in his arms. What's that? Invisible? Hiss! The faint roar of a dragon could be heard, and the surrounding soldiers' expressions changed. What? What's that? This group of soldiers was of high quality. If it were the ghost-faced monks in the alien sphere, they would probably ask, "Master, what is this thing? Give me one too." Jiang Shao rubbed the beautiful mane on Xiao Xiao's neck and said, "Don't fly anymore. Just run on the ground. Be careful when you use Ice Roar. Don't affect the other soldiers." The horse neighed, and Jiang Zhao's eyes were filled with love. He couldn't suppress his emotions. He got off the horse and whistled into the distance. The sea-devouring robe reacted subconsciously. Upon hearing its master's call, it immediately flew towards Jiang Shao regardless of what the bear was doing. At this moment, the sea-devouring robe was hugging a huge round bamboo and slamming it on the ground. However, its body suddenly flew up, and due to inertia, the sea-devouring robe fell towards the ground. This is going to be a mess. There was no doubt about the bear's strength. The sea-devouring robe was also brought down by the huge force. The black cloak that was draped over the bear forcefully did a forward roll in the air. By the time the sea-devouring robe snapped back to its senses, the sea-devouring robe had already flown to Jiang Zhao's side. Jiang Shao got off the horse, gestured to Xiao Xiao's back, and said, "Get up. Let me see if there's any chemistry between the two of you." The sea-devouring robe obediently carried the sea-devouring robe and rode on Xiao Xiao's back. The sea-devouring robe was even happier. "Isn't this my playmate that I haven't seen for a long time? I'm sitting high and looking far." It was hugging a huge illusory bamboo with both hands and using the thick and round bottom of the bamboo like a pile driver. It then mixed the star technique of the ice candle flame with it and smashed it left and right, testing the height and length of the bamboo. Seeing this scene, Jiang Shao patted the faint outline beside him and said, "Wrap it around Xiao Xiao's neck. Be careful when you use the hidden charge star technique, lest you hurt your teammates." To his surprise, the hidden dragon did not fly over obediently. Instead, it wrapped itself around Jiang Zhao's body, seemingly unwilling to participate in the battle. Jiang Shao hesitated for a moment, but he did not force the hidden dragon. The hidden dragon sought the protection of a powerhouse as soon as it was born. Now that it was still in its cub form, it was clearly a creature's mischief. It was also a means of survival. Jiang Shao hugged the hidden dragon and flashed back to the tower. "Don't be afraid, baby. Let's not fight. Let's just watch from here." "Woo!" The hidden dragon's soft voice sounded in Jiang Zhao's ears. It wrapped itself around Jiang Zhao's body and rubbed its invisible head against Jiang Zhao's cheek in a fawning manner. Jiang Shao suddenly had an idea. He fumbled around with both hands and found the 2 dragon horns of the hidden dragon. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Shao grabbed the dragon horns like a heavy machine gun and fixed the hidden dragon's head on the railing of the tower. Jiang Shao adjusted his position and aimed at the chaotic battlefield below. He said, "In Chong, fire." The hidden dragon was speechless. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. "In Chong, fire." Jiang Shao said again. I'll protect you while we scheme against others. How fun will that be? You should like scheming against others, right? The hidden dragon struggled against Jiang Zhao's palm, but in its cub form, it was not as strong as Jiang Shao. Hence, it had no choice but to fire Yin Chong in humiliation. The hidden dragon clan, is indeed cunning. It opened its mouth to fire Yin Chong while suppressing its roar to the minimum. Jiang Shao believed that when it grew up, it would be able to sneak up on others without making any sound. At the next moment, a hidden dragon silhouette that was even larger than the hidden dragon youngling rushed out of the body of the hidden dragon youngling. How long is the hidden dragon youngling? 2 meters? The hidden dragon form that was summoned by Yin Chong was more than 8 meters long. Jiang Shao was taken aback, and so was the hidden dragon youngling. The small hidden dragon that was summoned by the hidden dragon star technique dashed out immediately. A member of the Arrow Mountain tribe who had just emerged from the cliff was directly pierced through. He fell down and disappeared without a trace. Jiang Shao was speechless. The hidden dragon youngling was speechless. Woo! The hidden dragon youngling suddenly shook its head and whimpered excitedly, wanting to continue firing cannons. Jiang Shao grabbed the dragon's horns with both hands, as if he was holding a dragon cannon. He finally found the right way to use the dragon. Hurry up and use it while it's still young. When it grows up, the turrets will be too large and the cannons will be too far apart. Then, the dragon cannon won't be able to be set up. Jiang Shao adjusted the angle and aimed at a dimensional space that had just been opened. Yin Chong, fire. Roar. With a roar, Yin Chong rose again, and a small hidden dragon dashed out of the tower with an indomitable force. The black feather arrow spirit that had just walked out of the dimensional space was still flaunting its prowess. However, before it could kill anything, it was sent back to its home by something. What the hell? It's a long dragon from the east. Woo! The hidden dragon youngling wriggled its body excitedly, seemingly having fallen in love with this shady game. Its tail gently whipped Jiang Zhao's buttocks, seemingly sending him a signal to hurry up and give orders. Jiang Shao felt the pain in his buttocks, but he nodded secretly. Sure enough, things like genes were really too powerful. There's no one to guide me at all. I'm completely self-taught. How many times have I tricked people? The hidden dragon youngling has already found the true meaning of dragon life. Is it really that happy to be a shady person? Jiang Shao did not criticize the hidden dragon because he realized that he was also very happy at this moment. The little toxic healer is setting up the hidden dragon cannon. Please fill it up with monthly votes. Listen to my command. Fire peak. Chapter 1043. On Earth, Jiang Shao fought through the night, seeking joy in the midst of hardship. He had completely awakened his cunning nature and found the true meaning of life. Jiang Sun and Jiang Tu, who were on the alien ball, also found their own happiness. Jiang Sun, Jiang Tu, the blind lady, and he stood in front of the central tent, accompanied by a group of yin-yang soul warriors and white-faced dancers. They watched little Chongyang absorb the Black Ridge fire feather as her star pet. When everything was settled, little Chongyang rode her steed slowly toward the two Jiangzhaos. Cheers and whistles rang out around the central tent. Little Chongyang's adorable and wild face was filled with joy. She suddenly raised the sky halberd in her hand, and the cheers became even louder. Oh, oh, oh. Amidst the whistles and cheers, Jiang Sun and Jiang Tu looked at the crowd, secretly amazed. They could tell that little Chongyang's prestige in the military was extremely high. Moreover, unlike the three leaders of the Kimchi Kingdom's death row prisoners, whether it was the yin-yang soul warrior, the white-faced dancer, or the mischievous book spirit, all of them were willing to offer their sincere blessings to little Chongyang. In such a strict and cold military camp, the fact that the Star Bee soldiers could have such a reaction showed little Chongyang's charm. Yes, she was a little silly, a little cute, and a little rash. But these various factors formed a girl with a distinct image and gave her a unique charm. With a clattering sound, little Chongyang, wearing a large earring made of bone and a necklace made of bones in front of her chest, arrived in front of the human team. Looking at her own kind, Chongyang's mood was completely different from before. Although the death row prisoners from the Pickle Kingdom were also her kind, they could not give little Chongyang any warmth. There was only endless pressure, endless hope, and disappointment. The sky above her head seemed to be shrouded in dark clouds. Not a single ray of light could be seen. Little Chongyang's gaze swept across the crowd. She finally had the feeling of home again. Hyun's grandfather had a good personality and was very candid. She liked the way he looked at her. There was love, hope, and even praise in his eyes. Big Sister Blind Lady's personality was not very good. Her temperament was not cold, but she was like a dead person. She did not have the slightest bit of emotion, as if she was not interested in many things in this world. However, little Chongyang also liked Big Sister Blind Lady because she wouldn't scold him like his uncle and auntie before. Uncle Zhang Songfu was also very enthusiastic. Little Chongyang had recently learned a new phrase, "Love me, love my dog." In little Chongyang's heart, she felt that Lord Zheng was being so nice to her because of Jiang Shao. Out of everyone, little Chongyang liked Jiang Shao the most. She did not know why such a person had appeared in her life. Ever since her mother's death, she had spent 3 bitter years waiting for someone who loved her, took care of her, and warmed her as much as her mother did. But little Chongyang did not feel safe at all. She knew that she didn't give anything in return, and Jiang Shao was being nice to her and giving her warmth and care because of him. She decided to make herself more obedient and sensible in order to make up for the mistakes she had made in the past. She also wanted to do something within her power to help him fight, lead troops for him, and fight for him in order to make herself more useful. Feeling safe was indeed a problem. In the eyes of outsiders, Jiang Shao had always been doing things unilaterally. If he was not willing to do so one day, he could give up at any time. To Jiang Shao, be it little Chongyang, Yuan, or all his comrades in the alien ball, it was the value of Jiang Zhao's existence to ensure that they could live peacefully. It was also the meaning of his life. Little Chongyang's little head was filled with too many things, and she seemed to be unable to sort them out quickly. Just like that, she rode her beloved Black Ridge Fire Feather towards Jiang Sun, and Jiang Sun raised his eyebrows slightly and looked up at little Chongyang. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" "Huh?" Little Chongyang came back to his senses and hurriedly shook his head. His little head shook like a rattle drum and said, very good, very good. Charcoal and I are both very good. Can it see into my heart?" Little Chongyang then lowered her head and gently stroked the beautiful mane of Black Ridge Fire Feather with a thought. At the next moment, Black Ridge Fire Feather slowly turned her body sideways. Her posture, movements, speed of turning, and standing position were almost exactly the same as what Chongyang had in mind. Little Chongyang was amazed, and her large, beautiful eyes were filled with bewilderment. "I don't know how to ride a horse at all, and I don't know how to give instructions. However, it will take me wherever I want to go. It's just like my own legs." "Okay." Jiang Sun took a step forward, raised her arm, and gently stroked the beautiful charcoal skin of Black Ridge Fire Feather. "You have to treat it well. It's connected to your mind." "Huh? Connected?" Upon hearing that it was a very advanced star technique, Hyun couldn't help but turn a look at the blind lady. He asked in bewilderment, "Does a creature like Black Ridge Fire Feather have a spiritual type star technique?" To a certain extent, spiritual type star techniques might be more terrifying than space-type star techniques. Hyun came to the alien planet very early, and his mission back then was to open up the northern region. Hence, he was only active in the 3 northern provinces and the eastern 5 alliances. He had never seen the creatures that lived at the border between the North and Great Mongolia. Hence, he wasn't too clear about the habits of the Black Ridge Fire Feather clan. The blind lady frowned slightly. Compared to Hyun, she had entered the alien planet much later. With the development of technology as well as humans' research on astral beasts and astral beasts, under the premise of sharing knowledge and information. She knew more information. The blind lady said calmly, "No." Jiang Sun rubbed Black Ridge Firefeather's belly and said, "Although I brought it from Earth, it's a diamond-quality creature and it's a mutated species." "What?" Ian looked at him in shock and asked, "Mutated species? What do you mean? Like the diamond silver companion? The kind that stands out?" "No." Jiang Sun shook his head and said, "The diamond silver companion is the same as the leader of the Star Fugitives. They're both leaders of the clan and powerhouses of a higher level. This Black Ridge Firefeather is not only different in color, but it's also a mutated creature that can maximize the characteristics of star beasts." "What are the characteristics of star beasts?" Little Chongyang lay on the back of Black Ridge Firefeather with a look of curiosity on his face. He tried his best to wrap his arms around Black Ridge Firefeather's neck and looked down at Jiang Sun. Jiang Tu suddenly said, "Old he and third last came early, so I'm not too sure." The characteristics of star beasts were researched and sorted out by the National Star Beast Agency in recent years. It's not considered a new field. In fact, we all know what the characteristics of star beasts are. Jiang Tu then pointed at a yin-yang soul warrior beside him and said, "Little Chongyang, let me test you. When you see him, what adjectives will come to your mind?" Little Chongyang propped himself up and tilted his head to look at the yin-yang soul warrior. "Loyal, brave, likes to gather together, and henpecked." The yin-yang soul warrior was speechless. He couldn't help but burst into laughter all of a sudden. Although He Yun was a powerhouse in the Starry Sky stage and a medical awakened star warrior, he couldn't escape the laws of humans. He Yun could clearly feel that he was occasionally unable to do what he wanted during high-intensity battles recently. The transformation of the human body by the star power allowed He Yun to still be able to fly around like a young man. However, He Yun knew that there would always be a day when he would grow old and die. Without a doubt, he was already in his twilight years. However, he didn't expect to meet such a cute little girl at such an old age. He Yun had been living in the upper snowfield and in the alien ball for 20 years. Ever since he met Jiang Xiao, his life became more colorful. At this moment, another colorful person named Little Chongyang had also entered his life. Jiang Tu smiled and pointed at a gigantic white-faced dancer. "Let's not talk about her personality. Tell me about her characteristics." Little Chongyang said without hesitation, "Kind, gentle, let's not talk about her personality. The dancers are all beautiful when they dance. They don't like to fight." Jiang Tu nodded and pointed at a grimace monk. "What about him?" Little Chongyang thought for a while and said, "He's very aggressive and disobedient. All he wants to do is fight." "Okay." Jiang Tu nodded and said, "Well said. In fact, these are all characteristics. Every star beast has its own characteristics. There are thousands of human personalities, so do star beasts. There are kind-hearted and brutal ghost monks. However, no matter what the ghost monk's personality is, they can't escape one thing, which is that they're aggressive and aggressive. That's the so-called characteristics." As he spoke, Jiang Sun, who was standing in front of the Black Ridge Firefeather, patted the belly of the Black Ridge Firefeather and said, "Regardless of their personality, the Black Ridge Firefeather clan will always have a certain degree of vigor and spirituality. The mutated Black Ridge Firefeather can maximize this vigor and spirituality. That makes it different from the ordinary Black Ridge Firefeather clan. Once the characteristics can be maximized, it will form a new star technique." Jiang Sun raised his head and looked at Little Chongyang's perplexed little face. "Its intelligence allows it to communicate with you and feel what you're thinking. Vigor allows it to cause the blood in its body to boil when you're in danger. It will then spit out scorching flames from its mouth." "Wow." Little Chongyang opened his mouth wide and looked down at the Black Ridge Firefeather in disbelief. Nay, the Black Ridge Firefeather neighed, its voice filled with endless pride and glory. Jiang Sun instructed, "Take good care of it. I've never seen it use the vigor characteristic before, and I don't know what kind of price it will pay for such a special star technique. I hope you won't let it use it too. Okay, okay. Little Chongyang hurriedly nodded with an extremely serious expression. She continuously stroked the beautiful charcoal mane with her tiny hands and felt that it felt great. The blind lady suddenly said, "Only mutated star beasts can maximize the characteristics and evolve it into a star technique. Other star beasts can't turn their characteristics into star techniques, right?" "Yes." Jiang Sun nodded and said, "On Earth, the research on the characteristics of mutated life forms has only begun in recent years. It's because I have a mutated astral beast that can display extremely terrifying biological characteristics that the country is paying special attention to. That's why we started researching in this field." "Great, little Jiang." He chuckled and nudged Jiang too with his elbow. "That alone is enough for your name to be written in the history books. You're creating a new subject, aren't you? By the way, there's still a college entrance examination in China, right? You'll have one more point of knowledge and thousands of star beast characteristics. The Chinese high school students will probably hate you to death, right?" Jiang Shao was speechless. He couldn't help but smile and say, "Okay, okay, hurry and tell me, what kind of star beast is that? What are its characteristics?" Jiang Tu scratched his head and said, golden red candle flame. "I know that." Yun's eyes lit up. He, who had long lost touch with Earth and China, didn't even know what an app was. When Yun entered the snowfield, the dimensional spaces on Earth were not as diverse as they were now. For example, the dimensional space that was rich in bamboo bears. Not to mention Yun, even during the era when the blind girl entered, the bamboo forest dimensional space hadn't appeared on Earth yet. Hu Wei and Kanglin, who entered the upper snowfield in 2011, were also taken aback when they saw the bamboo bear for the first time. They really thought that Jiang Shao had gone to steal the national treasure in order to find a playmate for Yuan Yuan. Upon hearing the familiar name, Yun frantically said, "The golden red candle flame of the night disaster mountain is a creature from the northwest. It's very common and weak." "Yeah, it's a brass quality. It's indeed a little weak." Jiang Tu nodded and continued, "Its characteristic is dependence. Due to the fact that it's too weak, it always seeks the protection of the strong. Coupled with its clinging nature, after the mutation, its characteristics were maximized and it evolved into a special star technique." Ian asked in bewilderment, "What star technique?" Jiang Tu subconsciously looked around and realized that there was nothing that he couldn't say. Hence, he said, "I only have 9 star slots." He nodded and said, "Yeah, I know. To be honest, the number of star slots you have isn't worthy of your current strength." Jiang Tu suddenly said, "I have 9 star slots, and 8 of them are filled with star techniques. The remaining star slot is filled with 4-star pets." Ian was dumbfounded. The blind lady's breathing stagnated. With a look of shock and disbelief, Ian asked, "You? Tell me, what?" Jiang Tu scratched his head and chuckled like a fool. "If I don't have enough star slots, I'll use star pets to make up for it. That's not the end yet. My mutated golden red candle flame can still rely on several star pets." Hee. On the horseback, little Chongyang seemed to have been influenced by him. She also scratched the back of her head with a silly smile on her face. She didn't think too much about it. She simply felt that Jiang Shao was impressive, so she was happy, and that was enough. He grabbed Jiang Tu's arm and said, "Little Jiang, let's go. Accompany me to the northwest. What's the point of going to the Central Plains and Ludo? Let's go to the northwest." As he spoke, he gazed at the blind maiden and said, "Little girl you, is this place boring? Let's go to the northwest to have some fun, shall we?" The blind lady remained silent and didn't comment. The corners of Jiang Tu's lips twitched awkwardly, and he looked at the blind lady. "What's the matter? Lass, are you wavering? Has the land of Yin and Zhao suddenly lost its appeal?" The blind lady was speechless. "I'm looking for monthly votes for a 4,200-word chapter. Today, 12, 17, 20, 24. Top." Chapter 1044. Adding more chapters from Mago 1:17. Jiang Sun wanted to take little Chongyang back to the birch forest to meet her savage uncles and aunties. But when little Chongyang heard that the other Jiang Xiao, Jiang Tu, was going back to Yegu Tower with the team, she requested to go with them. Jiang Sun thought little Chongyang would miss the birch forest. That was indeed the case. She did miss her hometown, but compared to Jiang Xiao, she preferred to be a follower. It would be perfect if she could be Jiang Zhao's follower. The army set off in the early morning. Old Master He's so-called Great Northwest was just a joke. Jiang Sun had also made it clear that mutated astral pets could only be found by chance. Countless teams and soldiers waited in the holy ground of Yi Mountain one after another, just to wait for the appearance of a mutated candle flame. Until then, there hadn't been a second mutated golden red candle flame. The alien ball's environment wasn't like Earth's. You couldn't go wherever you wanted. After Old He's joke, he didn't really ask the team to accompany him to the Great Northwest. The blind lady, on the other hand, was somewhat tempted. It was not because of the mutated astral pets, but more because of the Great Northwest. Come to think of it, she was simply curious about the outside world and wanted to take a look. After a discussion among the team members, they confirmed the next mission objective, which was to lead the army and attack the Kimchi Peninsula. Zhang Songfu's suggestion was strongly supported by Old Master Heian. They wanted to completely destroy all the creatures on Kimchi Peninsula and use them as an experiment to see if there would still be alternate dimensions on Earth after the creatures in the alien ball disappeared. This plan had been put on the agenda. Blind Lady didn't object to this decision. Since they couldn't kill their way through the land of Yin and Zhao, it would be great to go to Kimchi Peninsula and see the magical creatures there. Everyone was in the Central Plains. Under the lead of Diamond's Silver Companion, the army's journey back to Yegu Tower was relatively smooth. Yegu Tower had once undergone a great migration. It was located in the center of the Central Plains. The physical qualities of the platinum creatures were excellent. A short distance of 200 kilometers was nothing to them. Jiang Tu also mercilessly abandoned the group and flew back to Yegu Tower with little Chongyang on Black Ridge Firefeather. On one hand, it was to inform the Peregrine Falcon brothers of the current situation. On the other hand, it was to let the ancient Yi Pagoda City immediately plan out an area for the star beasts of the Ludong province to live in. On the other hand, it was also to discuss with the two brothers the various matters of taking over this army. It was worth mentioning that Jiang Tu had a flower blade star map, and only 3 of his 9-star slots were lit up. The first was the star pet, sea-devouring soul, that he had brought from Earth. The second and third star techniques were the gold-quality green glow and gold-quality endurance that he had absorbed after coming to the alien sphere. When he returned to the Yi Gu Pagoda this time, Jiang Tu planned to absorb the star beads and star techniques of the fugitives together with little Chongyang. Little Chongyang's pretty, short hair fluttered in the wind as she looked at the ancient city in the distance excitedly. She sat sideways on the horse and turned to look at Jiang Tuesday. Jiang Xiao, is this Yegu? Harumph. The Blackridge Firefeather let out a shrill cry and flapped its thick, charcoal wings as it flew forward rapidly. Jiang Tu covered his mouth and nose with one hand. While flying at such a high speed, opening his mouth would mean that he was drunk. Yegu Pagoda? Jiang Tu corrected little Chongyang's pronunciation and said, "When we land in a while, you'll see those 3 words. Little Chongyang turned around and looked at the strange city that was completely different from the birch forest. As Black Ridge Firefeather approached, the ghost monk on the city wall also saw the familiar figure. Master is back. Huh, why did he bring a little fellow along? What's that? Is it a star beast from another region? Does it look like a human? Master is back. Master! The ghost monk clan kept waving and shouting. Black Ridge Firefeather landed in front of the city gate and flapped its charcoal wings while hovering above the city gate. There, Yi Gu Pagoda, Jiang Tu said while pointing at the words above the city gate. Oh, little Chongyang looked at it seriously and seemed to have learned a few Chinese characters. Regardless of whether she knew the words Goopagoda or not, it was definitely her first time seeing the word Master, what's that little thing? Give me one as well. A hoarse voice rang out. Little Chongyang froze for a moment before widening her eyes and glaring at the ghost monk who was looking around. Jiang Tu looked up at one of the golden companions and said, "You're daydreaming. That's not a toy. That's a human." The golden companions froze for a moment and looked at the wild child curiously. How can he be a human? Isn't he a star beast? How can a human be so wild? Jiang Tu brought little Chongyang to meet the Falcon brothers, Li Haoge and Yu Yuchen, and they discussed how to take over the army. He then asked Li Haoge for a bunch of fugitive star beads and flew back to his courtyard with little Chongyang. There was only a small bungalow in the courtyard. The living room was right in front of them, and there were houses on both sides of the door. Hence, there was a room for little Chongyang to stay in. However, if nothing went wrong, the two of them wouldn't be able to stay there for long. When the army returned, they would have to select soldiers and go to the Kimchi Peninsula to have fun. It's all made of stone. It's so cold. Why don't you use wood? Little Chongyang put her hands behind her back and looked around curiously at the furniture in the house. Other than a stone table and a few stone chairs, there was nothing else in the living room. It could be said that the four walls of the house were bare. This is a house built for me by an uncle called Dicha. He's my neighbor and lives next door. Keep your voice down. Don't let him hear you. It's good enough that we have a place to stay. Jiang Tu smiled and rubbed little Chongyang's head before turning to look at He Ling Huiyu. Play in the courtyard. Don't go out. Gore. He Ling Huiyu snorted. There was nothing in the house or in the courtyard, but there was a well. He Ling Huiyu walked over and lifted the wooden barrel that was tied to the well with a rope into the well. She then opened her mouth and bit the wooden handle at the side. She shook it back and forth and pulled the wooden barrel out of the well. It's so smart. Little Chongyang was astonished. He watched as He Ling Huiyu fetched water and quenched his thirst by himself, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Jiang Tu chuckled and said, "Remember, your star pet is very smart. As long as you're lazy enough, it will become especially diligent. Of course, you have to prepare food for it. Otherwise, it'll go to the city to look for food. That'll be fun." Little Chongyang asked curiously, "Why can't it go to the city to look for food?" Jiang Tu scratched his head and said, "Because its food target is likely to be the Grimace monks. All the Grimace monks in the city are our friends and soldiers." Oh, little Chongyang's eyes lit up, and she said, "In that case, I'll bring it back to the birch forest and treat it to ape ghouls." Okay. Come, absorb the star bead. The star bead of the fugitives of Yinzhao land. Jiang Tu dragged little Chongyang to sit on the stone chair and carried the soul of the sea devourer. He spread it on the stone table like a tablecloth and put down a handful of star beads. Before Yegu Tower migrated there, they were attacked by the fugitives and obtained a considerable number of fugitive star beads. In the following days, the team attacked Yinzhao land again and again. Hence, the fugitives definitely had enough star beads. I can also move as fast as those people. Little Chongyang rubbed her hands excitedly. On the way there, Jiang Shao had already told her what star technique to absorb. She picked up a star bead and quickly absorbed it. The star bead shattered in her hand and turned into bits of star power that fused into her body. Then, little Chongyang waved her hand and a platinum death halberd condensed in her hands. Jiang Tu was dumbfounded. It's so beautiful. Little Chongyang looked at the death halberd in her hands and seemed to like the platinum color very much. She quickly got up and ran out of the house happily. She then went to the school and started dancing with the death halberd in her hands. Every move he made was filled with the skills that Jiang Shao had taught him. Jiang Tu turned to look outside the door in a daze and watched little Chongyang practicing her skills. Just as he was about to say something, he saw that little Chongyang had suddenly disappeared. Boom! Little Chongyang, who was originally standing in the middle of the courtyard, appeared again and was already at the south wall of the courtyard. Not only that, but she also smashed the wall with her halberd. Little Chongyang got a great shock, and the death halberd in her hand shattered. She turned around worriedly and looked at Jiang Tu cautiously, as if she had done something wrong. Jiang Tu looked at He Chongyang in shock and stammered, "Star map, let me see." Little Chongyang hurriedly opened the star map and lowered her head while twisting her fingers nervously. "I've just arrived, and I've already smashed the wall of the courtyard. Will he be angry? 1, 2, 3, 15, 16. Confirmed. 16 star slots were lit up. Little Chongyang originally had 15 star slots lit up. 14 star technique plus Black Ridge Fire Feather. That also meant that, a second ago, what Jiang Tu wanted to ask was, did you manage to absorb 1 star bead successfully? Did you manage to absorb the Death Weapon Star technique? At this moment, Jiang Tu wanted to ask, damn it, you have 2 star techniques in 1 star. What kind of talent is that? A 15-year-old in the middle of Starry Sea is already shocking enough. Yet you managed to absorb 1 star bead and have 2 star techniques in 1 star? Platinum Weapon of Death and Platinum Blade of Death? Are you still human? Could it be that this batch of goods is of high quality? Jiang Tu picked up a star bead of the Death Clan and quickly absorbed it. Then, there was nothing else. He didn't manage to absorb anything. Damn it, why can't I? I am sorry, Jiang Shao. I'll build a wall for you. Little Chongyang realized that Jiang Shao was staring at the star bead in a daze and remained silent for a long time. Feeling anxious, she quickly scurried to the wall and picked up a broken brick. No. Hurry back and absorb the Desperado's star bead in 1 go. If you give me 2 star techniques in 1 star, I'll be happy even if you crush my house today. Jiang Tu hurriedly called Little Chongyang over. Little Chongyang was still a little worried and looked like she had done something wrong. She lowered her head and scurried back quickly. My little Chongyang, your hands are for holding weapons and fighting in the north and south. They are not for building walls. Jiang Tu picked up her wrist and threw away the broken brick in her hand with a distressed expression. Coincidentally, Jiang Tu's words coincided with the words of a middle-aged man. The two of them spoke almost at the same time. Whose house is this, Shao and I? You're so easy. You even broke the wall. Little Chongyang was startled. He turned around and saw a big bald head. Although Jiang Tu's residence was said to be a single courtyard, it was actually just a wall away from Dechue's residence. The 2 courtyards shared the same wall. Little Chongyang stuck out his tongue and quickly ran behind Jiang Tuesday. He revealed half of his face and craned his neck to look at the strange bald uncle. Jiang Tu was amused and said, "We don't understand what you're saying. Speak Mandarin, or change to the dialect of the 3 northern provinces." Dechue also snapped back to his senses and looked at Little Chongyang curiously. "Is this a child from a foreign family? Where did you find her?" Jiang Tu smiled and said, "This is Little Chongyang from the white birch forest that I mentioned. Okay, hurry up and cook something delicious. I'll bring her to your house to eat later." Dechue patted his bald head and said, "Okay, I'll wait for the 2 of you." Although he said that, Dechue did not leave. Instead, he picked up the broken bricks and used his Earth Star technique to build a wall, while muttering, "My hands are meant for cooking and building walls." Jiang Tu looked embarrassed and hurriedly dragged Little Chongyang into the house. There was more at 20 p.m. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.